Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had 6 Hidden Identities? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You are not alone, Izuku. Izuku, I would choose you to be my successor again and again if I even had another chance to go back. I'm sorry. You deserve a better mother than me. A green-eyed boy with a head of messy curly green hair sits at the small table, the TV in front of him playing a news program. Earlier this day, the Stars Industry, a major support company, launched a new innovative creation by the rising star of the support industry, Hisashi Midoriya. Midoriya did an amazing invention that will help the society a lot as Izuku listens with wide eyes. His father is on the news. He hopes it keeps his father in a good mood because his father is scary when he comes back home in a bad mood. He resumes doing his maths homework, which he thinks is easy to do unlike other kids his own age, maybe except Kaken. His blonde friend is so cool and clever. Izuku, look, isn't it your father on TV? I swear your father just seems to rise up in the industries. He became so famous in less than a year. I'm sure you will be as brilliant and famous as your father when you grow up, remarks Ms. Chisaki, who his mother lets Izuku stay with when she is out working. You won't forget this old Ms. Chisaki when you grow up and become famous, will you? The middle-aged woman chuckles at her own joke. Izuku sighs internally. There is one thing that Izuku doesn't quite like about his nanny. She always gushes on and on about his popular scientist father whenever she has a chance. It is a bit annoying, especially when Izuku is doing his homework. It even seems like all she cares about is his father's fame, not taking care of Izuku. Well, most people just care about who his father is. That evening, his father comes home late but in a good mood to the relief of both Izuku and his mother, Inko. And he just goes back to his office early in the morning after he has taken what he needs from his study without a word to Izuku. Izuku does not know if the older man even talked to Mama. The child does not really remember those times when his father talks to his mother for more than a couple of minutes. That's kind of okay since his father isn't really at home that much. But Izuku knows that his father wants him to be a support technician just like him when he grows up. Which is a bit concerning since all Izuku ever wants to be is a hero like All Might. All Might is the best hero in Japan and everyone loves him. Plus he saves everyone with a smile. Just like in his debut that Izuku watches every day. Soon his birthday will come and he will manifest a quirk. A powerful quirk just like All Might's. But his 4th birthday comes and goes. Without his quirk appearing. You're just so stupid and useless, Quirkless Deku, Kaken spats as he pushes Izuku down to the ground. How can't you be cool enough to have a quirk? So freaking lame. Izuku whimpers, eyes tearing up from the smoke and the pain that Kaken's explosions are causing. Honestly, why is everything so dependent on it? Person's quirk or lack thereof. Even though Izuku is still just a kid, he knows that a quirk doesn't make a person. Then why are Kaken and everyone acting so mean to him just because he hasn't developed his quirk? Izuku has even asked his mama why his quirk hadn't shown up. He wants to have a quirk. Izuku, sweetheart, I'm sure you are just a late bloomer. Your quirk will come after a few more months and if you have a lot of veggies and rice. Mama has said to him. But that doesn't explain why he still has no quirk even after 10 months. What does explain it is an appointment with a quirk specialist. Izuku has an extra toe joint in his pinky which means he was quirkless, which means that he will never develop a quirk. Izuku has been spacing out during the whole ride back home. Both Mama and his father have quirks. His father can breathe out fire from his mouth, which Izuku thinks is so cool. Mama has a mild telekinesis quirk. And he has even speculated, during his quirk analysis sprees, that his quirk could be a mix of these two. How cool can that be? It turns out Izuku will never know. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry, cries Inko as she hugs Izuku tightly to her warm but at the same time cold chest, tears pouring down from his large green eyes which are glued to the video of All Might's debut. All Might, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace. Izuku will never become a hero like his idol, never. After all, how can a useless, Quirkless Deku be a hero and save people? That night, the almost 5-year-old falls into a restless sleep, hoping that tomorrow will be better. But of course, for the useless Deku, fate is just not on his side. Hisashi unlocks the door of the apartment that his wife and his son live in. He's left work as he just can't bear to endure the ridicule that he feels by not being chosen as the lead inventor for the quite promising project of his firm. He needs to be the lead inventor so that he can get access to all the important files for his other job. The one they've chosen is that arrogant, bird-brain a-hole who's been his rival for as long as he's been working for the stars industry. Thank God they didn't choose the bad genes and brains. After all, no one with good hereditary genes will produce a quirkless son. Yes, his colleagues know that his son is quirkless. Everyone with kids at work has told the story of their child discovering some kind of quirks. And that bird brain just has to rub it in his face. Maybe, the appointment with that quirk specialist will tell when his son will be developing a quirk. After all, it won't do any good to his reputation if the famous dragon has a quirkless son. But no, fate is just not on his side. He loses control of his anger when his useless wife tells him that his equally useless son would never manifest a quirk. He marches towards his son's, no, the disgrace's room with half the mind to just kill the disgrace and be done with it. His wife intercepts him and tries to placate him. However, Inko's words fall on deaf ears and Hisashi just decides to beat her up first and then deal with the disgrace after. After all, it was the beach's fault too that the disgrace is quirkless. Izuku wakes up so abruptly. At first, all he can register are the hands that are roughly grabbing him by his hair and drugging him out of his bed by it. What's happening? A villain? But the first thing that comes clear to his vision is a pair of red eyes filled with hatred and disgust. Izuku slowly recognizes that those are his father's. Why is father dragging me down so roughly? Izuku is just so confused. It turns out his father is not going to just drag him to the floor as Izuku takes a sharp kick to his stomach. You worthless disgrace. All I ever do is work my butt off to satisfy all your needs and wishes, and you repay me by being a useless quirkless son. The Midoriya family is so unfortunate to have you as an heir. You should be too ashamed to continue your existence. Then he's going to be beaten to death for not having a quirk. Fitting as he's sure his dreams of becoming a hero have been beaten to death by it too, last night. Pain and his father's mean words just keep flooding his senses. Izuku can't help but pray that someone, a hero, a cop, mama, just anyone would come to his rescue. Otherwise, he might just die here. And he doesn't want to die. He wants to live on even though he would be just a quirkless Deku. His father starts to use his quirk at some point too. Orange-colored flames burn his whole back and his little scrawny body is immediately consumed by pain and heat. His chest hurts. His left foot is twisted in an impossible way and he can't feel his left arm. His back feels like a bomb has gone off on it. Quite accurate as the fire is still there, it still hasn't gone out. Fear consumes all his senses but the pain. Please somebody help me. Stop him please. Just please. Anyone. But the kicks and the punches continue coming down one after another. His voice has given out long before from all the screaming he's been doing so that all the sounds he can make are pitiful whines and short gasps. Izuku can't escape this hell. The hell that his father has conjured up for him. He must escape and make the pain go away. How can he escape? He is powerless as a child to his father's strong blows and fire. He needs someone to save him. Too bad no one is going to save him. Not All Might. How would he of all people know this is happening? Same with cops or neighbors. Not Mama because Izuku, through his spinning and blurry vision, saw a figure similar to his mama unmoving and lying near the doorway, her cries and pleas reaching his ears. Why is his father doing this to them? Izuku thought he loved them. If only he was stronger and had a quirk. But now he needs someone to save him and Mama. How pathetic. But he finds himself thinking in a calm, chilling voice amidst all the pain he is under and the ringing in his ears. No one will come to rescue me. They don't see everything that's going on behind the closed door. They just focus on what is in the light, what's easier to see. Why is he here? Why is this happening to him? But why? Izuku just wants to leave, stop feeling, go somewhere, anywhere. He has to. And so he willingly submits to the urge to just shut it all out and escape, unknowingly breaking apart and retreating to the back of his mind. Considering the severity of the situation Izuku finds himself in, he might have agreed that this kind of defense mechanism is quite suitable if only he could recollect this event. Inko likes to think she has a happy family. Her husband is a famous rising support scientist in a respectable company. Her son, a literal bundle of sunshine and rainbows, is cleverer than kids his own age and so enthusiastic about heroes and quirks. Who is also quirkless. Why can the world be this cruel to her son? Why isn't fate on his side? She can't help but cry together with her son as he mourns for his lost hope of being a hero. After all, no person can be a hero without a quirk. Being a hero is dangerous enough as it is, but being one without some sort of useful quirk? It will be absolutely lethal. However, she would rather have a discouraged son than a dead one. She can always help her son build another reasonable dream later. But for now, it is her duty to comfort her child. She hopes that fate will be on his side from now on. Her baby deserves it. Oh yes, she has noticed Katsuki and other kids saying mean things to Izuku, and he would always say that the scrapes and slight burns are from playing roughly. She brought up that problem with the teachers once, but it seems no one cares for a quirkless person even if said person is just a child. But one can only hope as much as one likes to. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. That particular phrase comes to the front of her mind as she witnesses her husband's eyes change into a dark shade that she has never seen after she broke the news to him. Hisashi has been a cold father and a busy husband who rarely comes back home. But he was such an amazing man in their youth, full of hope and determination. He once showed so much love to her and Izuku that she thinks his love has run out by now and hence, being cold towards them. Though, she admits that she must have noticed a change in him at some point. But she kept her mouth shut, thinking that at least she was still married. If only she spoke out then, this wouldn't be happening. This being her taking blows from Hisashi's hands, the hands that once embraced her lovingly, while she stubbornly tries to keep the man from reaching Izuku's room. Seriously, she should have taken some time to tell him about Izuku's quirklessness. But he asked for it specifically. And she can't say no to him. She tries to brave through all the slaps and hits she's receiving, but her body gives up on her and decides to just lie there unmovingly like some kind of puppet whose strings are cut. What a pitiful mother she is. And Hisashi storms into her son's room. When he comes out, she sees Izuku being drugged out by his hair, through her swollen eyes, and can't help but cry out in alarm and worry. As she witnesses her one and only son being beaten, abused, half to death in front of her, her heart breaks and breaks again. But when Hisashi starts using his fire breathing, she screams, trying to beg for her son but to no avail. Why is this happening? What did they do to deserve this? Inko can't breathe and her mind is in disarray. And suddenly the fire, which has been burning her son through the back of his pajama shirt, stops and rises from Izuku's back as if controlled by someone. Maybe Hisashi's quirk malfunctioned? Maybe fate would be on their side and save their minds. Fate just isn't on their side. And her panicked Viridian eyes flashes as the hovering flames take on the shape of a dragon and launch themselves at Hisashi. The man starts patting himself down, his quirk making him resistant to fires to a certain extent. At least, the tormentor just stops and goes to the bathroom to spray himself with water, colorful swear words following him. Inko waits for his return, her heart racing and her mind in pieces, but he thankfully does not come back, the door of their apartment slamming shut with a bang. She takes a few shaky breaths and glances. Then, only then, she dares to look at Izuku, knowing and wanting to deny what she will see. But instead, what she sees is her child already sitting up. But the most hateful and chilling look on his face makes her second-guess if it is actually her Izuku. Her son snarls in the direction of the main door, at Hisashi's retreat, his gritted teeth even showing. But his face smooths out as he glances at her, settling into an emotionless mask. What does that look on his face mean? But before she can contemplate it any further, her consciousness slips away. And Inko knows no more. Izuku locks the door behind him as he leaves for school, just like all the normal days. He puts the keys in the inner pocket he has sewn on his school uniform. One learns how to sew moderately if he often finds his clothes torn up for both reasons he can recall and those he can't. You may be wondering why he is keeping the keys. Well, he has been living alone by himself for almost 7 years now. Where are his parents, you might ask? Well, from what Izuku can remember, his father was an underground villain, also a famous support technician, who was arrested when he was almost, and his mother is working in a faraway town. It's hard for her to travel a long distance every morning, so she just rents a flat near her workplace. It's okay. He is faring well. Has been since his mother left him the day after his 7th birthday. Izuku sighs. He is not really looking forward to school. After yesterday's blackout, one of many. And he has a feeling that Kaken will not be pleased to see him. He's not pleased to see anyone. He's just unpleasant. Izuku smiles a little. He knows whose voice it is. The altar has been with him for quite a long time from what the older boy says. Hikurai, his name, himself doesn't understand how he can speak to Izuku. Most altars can't speak to the one who has the spot directly unless they are co-conscious and in the common room. Considering that the mind is a complicated realm, Izuku doesn't question the fact much. His days are always interesting. Nothing boring happens in his life. Then he sees a commotion happening, blocking his way to school. Izuku blinks, his world getting a little blurry. His thoughts come to a stop and the noise around him muted as if he is underwater, as if he is disconnected. Meanwhile, in a common room of sorts which has doorways linked to some more rooms, Hikurai sighs. There goes that excitable puppy. He can't really stop him from claiming the spot now, can he? Well, technically he can try, but that boy deserves to go out this time. He hasn't seen any hero fights in a while. Izuku has already appeared on the couch by the time the dissociation ends. Immediately the green-haired boy's posture changes. He stands a little straighter, his eyes observant and vigilant. Redirecting his steps to the hero versus villain fight, the boy lets an eager grin take over his pale round cheeks, his all-might-themed pen immediately in his hand while his other hand searches for his hero analysis notebook. His eyes change into stars as soon as he notices Kamui Woods, a rising hero, and other heroes such as Death Arms and Backdraft. It is as obvious as the freckles on his cheeks that his boy is a hero otaku, thorough. An intense fanboy who knows his stuff so well. People near him can hear him muttering about the hero's quirks and fighting style like water flowing out of a dam. Not to mention the pen moving across the page as he continues to take notes. In his own code, of course. But at the end, it is Mount Lady who kicks the giant villains but literally and figuratively and thus ending the fight. Welp, it's time for Koshiro to go back. At least he gets to see the fight. He blinks, a bit distorted and feeling as if he is numb. Yet, Izuku just resumes his way to school, not thinking anything of losing the spot for a while as Hikurai explains what happened. After all, he is just used to it happening all the time. Who knows, maybe it's a part of his quirk. He lets out a small laugh which has accents of slight bitterness. It would be ironic. But he knows it is not his quirk. No, he is more of an oddity. An abnormality. A freak. Even though he has been living all by himself for a long time, he knows one fact. He has companions in his head. Well, his other personalities. Of course, he has noticed the changes, the blackouts, and pieces of missing memories. Whether it is a box filled with a dark green jumpsuit and support items. Whether it is the notebooks filled with deep analysis and info of heroes that he doesn't remember writing or many items of hero merch. Whether it is the blueprints of technology and formulas of substances he doesn't even understand and a big backpack. Whether it is a section of girls' clothing that resides in his wardrobe and a makeup kit. Whether it is a gray-weighted blanket and packages of a particular coffee brand that never disappear from his kitchen cabinet. But the most notable being voices in his head and the diary that they keep to communicate better with each other and to record their experiences so that they know how to act and function while fronting. Enough thinking, time to go on with the rest of his day. His day goes on peacefully, well, as peacefully as the day of a quirkless middle schooler can go on. It is just his homeroom teacher and classmates making fun of his dream to resume his high school career in the hero department of UA. The teachers don't really care much about a quirkless kid. On the other hand, his peers and other students are more vocal about their 2 yens and bully him a little. Izuku can't remember the bullying never exceeding beyond some intense words and a few shoves here and there. But other parts of him carry the truth of how far the bullying has gone and is going. Izuku has read about some part of the bullying in his diary. However, not every part of his missing memories is in the leather journal. He knows that in time, the truth will come to light. Hikarai will make sure of it. Hikarai has said, "Things you do not know will not haunt you." They are here for that sole reason, to protect Izuku. And Izuku understands that. Unfortunately, Izuku's day at school ends with an encounter with Kaken. His childhood friend is just telling his opinion about Izuku going to UA and... Wait, is he threatening him for Real? Izuku knows it's rare of Kaken to threaten him in such a way, with his hands scorching his uniform no less. He has a feeling that Hikarai is sighing at his thoughts, or another, maybe with Koshiro, is relieved that he doesn't have any notebook or something lying around. As Kaken lets out a fairly big explosion with his other hand in front of him, he flinches and squeezes his eyes. A part of him feels like it's gonna burst out. Izuku tries to tune back into what Kaken has to say. "Don't you dare go to thingy nerd. Got it?" He can hear the fake non-threatening smile plastered on the blonde's face. Then Kaken and his goons turn to leave. But it seems that the leader just has to tell him what to do again as he half turns his head to look at Izuku over his shoulder and says, "I actually have a piece of advice for you. Why don't you just take a swan dive off the roof and pray that you get a quirk in your next life, at Deku?" And then Izuku no longer remembers what happens after that. Of course, the BSTRD has to throw a suicide bait. Hikarai grumbles as he sees through Izuku's eyes, silently cursing fate and himself for letting 2 blackouts in a day happen. A bang rings throughout the common room as one of the doors is flung open. Someone else occupies the spot, shoving Izuku into the common room, who immediately falls asleep. His legs give out under him. He falls in a heap onto the floor like a puppet whose strings have been cut, head kept down. Without any suitable prescription or glasses, his vision is blurry. Hidden from others' view though his eyes are, they are blown wide with panic. Panic that Kaken is going to beat him almost to the brink of death again. Panic that he will somehow fail to keep Izuku out of this mess. Owari, the one who currently has the spot, notices a headache blooming behind his eyes. The insults and jeers that Kaken and his lackeys are throwing at him don't help. He knows he deserves it though. Even worse. Then, the other boys finally leave him alone, with only their words and cruel laughter. As always. After all, when do these thoughts ever stop screaming at Owari? And the pain? When Izuku becomes aware again, he is on the floor of his classroom strangely, with a steadily worsening headache. He lets out a sigh. He should head back home. One must say this is enough for one day, but apparently, sometimes, fate just isn't on one's side. Izuku feels almost every part of him panicking as slime occupies all his respiratory passages. His thin form is struggling in the mass of slime, cast in the dim light from the ends of the tunnel. He needs to breathe. But he can't. Hikarai is desperate to go out, but they shouldn't go out more than thrice in only one day. Besides, even if he does claim the spot, his quirk will be just useless. There is no fire available. And Izuku doesn't have enough energy. He is conflicted. He needs to reach a decision very soon or else Izuku will stop breathing. Hikarai is panicking. He can't afford to. Hikarai is going to get out when he hears a voice claiming, "I am here." And he knows that Izuku will be out of this danger. After all, the #1 hero is here. Just as Izuku is on the verge of being suffocated to death, a powerful blast of air hits the slime villain and by extension him. He faintly registers losing consciousness. The next time the boy opens his eyes, he is treated to a surprising view of All Might's face. It is not every day that you meet the symbol of peace in person. Well, then again it's not every day you almost die, right? Hikarai watches the scene with suspicion and caution. If All Might steps even a toe out of line, he will protect Izuku without a second thought, even if taking the spot for the 3rd time of the day might not be the best for Izuku. Even if it is All Might he will be facing. "Young man, are you okay?" asks All Might. All Might. Izuku should be embarrassed by how high his voice comes out. and his burning face agrees with him. It is thanks to you that I have successfully contained this villain, young man. I am glad that you are all right. Now if you'll excuse me, All Might announces. Izuku averts his eyes to try to calm down and finds that his backpack no longer contains anything, his possessions all over the place. He spots a notebook and he thinks he has to at least get the hero's autograph for Koshiro. He will make the best out of his near-death experience. They will make the best out of this. But it seems All Might beat him to it as there is already a signature glaring at him from the notebook. Then will asking that question be the best choice? Please wait, All Might. May I ask a quest dash? Izuku tries to start his question. Time for me to go. Being a hero is a busy job. Thank you for your support. All Might takes a leap and with a bout of extreme recklessness and insanity, Izuku holds on to the man which leads to him clinging to All Might's leg for dear life. He can almost hear Hikurai face-palming. But he needs to know the answer. After some time flying and clinging to All Might's leg with all the strength he can muster, the hero stops on a rooftop to land, hurriedly stating that some people downstairs will let Izuku down and that he is leaving for real now. Wait! Izuku pleads. The buff man huffs, impatient and almost worried. No, I will not wait any longer. But Izuku has to know. Is it possible to become a hero like you without a quirk, sir? Izuku can't help but choke out the question, tremors decorating his voice. He shuts his eyes tight and falls into a muttering spree which he rarely does. Muttering is what Koshiro does, thank you. When Izuku opens his green eyes again, All Might is no longer there. In his place is an awfully thin skeleton of a man coughing up blood with clouds of steam surrounding him. What in the world? All Might. Are you okay? Did the slime villain hurt you somehow? Or are you an imposter? Izuku frets around. Toshinori releases a sigh. He can't bluff or talk his way out of this situation now, can he? After all, his weak form has been revealed to this scrawny teenager who just has to be an avid fan of his. Who clearly has a question so important that he threw himself at All Might so desperately. And as a hero, Toshinori has to indulge the young boy. Also, did he say that he was quirkless? Oh goodness, he is going to have to show the boy the bitter truth sadly. Toshinori is not looking forward to breaking his spirits. However, without a quirk, he thinks hero work must be too dangerous for this green-haired student. There simply is no way. You of all people know that there is a way for him to be a hero. Toshinori blinked at his thought. Why is he thinking about one for all now of all times? Focus, Toshinori. First, he needs to explain how he ended up in this form and how important it is that this remains a secret. No, I am not an imposter. Toshinori continues. You know some people try to pose to show their muscles at the pool? My situation is quite similar to that, like flexing. Needless to say, no one else can know this. I hope you understand that, young man. The boy just stares at him, his green eyes blown wide. Of course, All Might. I won't tell anyone about this. Toshinori crouches down, eventually sitting on the floor of the roof. He might as well explain this fully. Knowing this, the kid won't be so set on becoming a hero, he hopes. So he reveals what left him in this ghastly state. The scar that took one of his lungs and his stomach. Izuku is shocked when All Might shows him his scar. The almost flowery pattern took up half of the older man's chest and abdomen. Hikurai's eyes are wide open as he never thought All Might would tell this big of a secret to a no-name middle schooler. Koshiro, who almost went out when he noticed All Might and thus is in the common room, is outright gaping. His note-taking hands even stop. All three of them are more surprised when they learn what that scar took from the #1 hero. Izuku has read about the fight with Toxic Chainsaw which happened 5 years ago from one of Koshiro's rumblings in their diary. So, he asks if that was when All Might got the scar. You know your stuff pretty well. Izuku has a feeling that Koshiro is beaming. The other boy might have entered the common room when All Might showed up true to his fanboy state, that is if the slime villain incident did not summon all of the alters. But Izuku doesn't think there are others in the common room except for Hikurai and Koshiro right now. But no, it was from a fight that was never made public. After all, the symbol of peace never succumbs to the forces of evil in the eyes of the society. All Might sighs, and that fearless smile of mine? It's actually to bury the fear that I feel. Hikurai lets out a shaky breath, for he knows the toxic dependence on heroes firsthand and what happens to both the society and the heroes because of it. What has happened to the number one hero? All Might is the proof of the hero's suffering, and what has happened to Izuku is the proof that heroes should not be depended on this much by society, and heroes can't be everywhere. After all, heroes never saved Izuku. Hikurai did. Don't get it wrong. Hikurai appreciates what heroes like All Might have done for society. But there is only much that they, also mere humans, can do. Of course, Koshiro has spiraled down into a muttering spree about the implications of the information that All Might just shared. After all, analyzing heroes and society is what his passion excels at. Hikurai knows no one can tell him to stop muttering once he started. Izuku listens to what the hero is saying with a somewhat detached expression. Young man, I hope that by showing you my scar, you have realized the dangers of the heroics. Even with a strong quirk, I still got this injury. All Might sighs, surely you understand that it will be more deadly to be a hero without a quirk? Izuku feels like air is knocked out of his very lungs. Of course, All Might would have the same opinion as everyone else. After all, he is just a useless boy with an illness. What would All Might say if he knew I have people inside my head? Probably direct me to the nearest mental hospital. Izuku keeps his eyes firmly on the ground. He does not dare look at the hero, or else his eyes would betray the bitterness and all the other mess that's called his emotions. If you desire to help people, being a policeman is a noble career too. An achievement even though they are often mocked as they just take in the captured villains, the hero suggested. His sunken eyes are trained on the freckled boy. Izuku could only let out a muted, "Oh. I'm sorry to say this, but the heroics will be too dangerous for you." All Might sighs, you should choose another dream, preferably a more realistic one. Izuku stops listening after that, his body moving on autopilot. The boy doesn't even register that the older hero has left and that he was alone on the rooftop. It is strangely silent. Maybe it's because he is dissociating but not to the point of switching. Izuku, get going. It's getting late. Besides, you should take a rest, Hikurai reminds him. And get up, he does. The soft but rich voice of Hikurai often snaps him out of whatever he finds himself in. Izuku knows Hikurai is right. He has to go home. But then why is he still not at home now? Why are his legs sprinting before he even knew? Towards the familiar mass of green slime. Towards Kaken. Towards danger. Hikurai is screaming at him to stop, but he has already gone too far. The answer is easy. Izuku has to save Kaken. Silence blankets the apartment. Some might even call it peaceful. But to Izuku, it is quiet, awfully. It has been since his mother left. Izuku is yet to get used to it. The sketching sound serves as somewhat effective background noise. Izuku studies the picture he's trying to draw. The picture is just in its basic line sketch state. He will add the colors and shades later. He has been saving up for some color pencils. Money. It's been 4 years since Izuku lived with his mother. Izuku receives the rent for this apartment from his mother. She sends some extra money with it too. Just barely extra enough to afford 3 low-budget meals a day for Izuku. But Izuku doesn't blame his mother. Not really. It's because of her job that she moved. She visited him sometime at first. But during these past 3 years, her work has been particularly demanding. Izuku doesn't mind. After all, it's heroic to help one's mother in some way. Izuku sometimes takes some part-time jobs that hire someone his age. Or he helps around with chores in the neighborhood. Hiki sometimes makes money. For some particular chores, Mizuki would take the spot instead of him. She can do a lot of things efficiently. It's not like Izuku is all alone. He has companions in his head. His 11-year-old mind knows. All of his companions have been introduced to him recently. His companions are okay with him knowing. At least most of them. They are his only friends. Siblings almost even. In fact, he is drawing this picture for his companions. Izuku smiles at the paper, the pencil he's holding, and the case of color pencils. He will finish the picture before the end of this month. And he did. Izuku feels mild pride as he gazes at the paper tucked into their diary. On the picture is a cozy room filled with youngsters lounging casually. Two occupy the sofa. A dark-haired boy looking 3 years older and definitely stronger than Izuku is sitting with his legs crossed. The picture is thankfully able to express his defined features. Beside him is someone who could be Izuku's twin but with glasses and permanent eye bags, drinking a cup of coffee. The younger of the two is hunching with a shy expression on his pale face. Across from the two is a beaming and excited figure hugging a limited All Might's Bronze Age hoodie to his chest. The figure is a young boy who has gleaming dark eyes and his hair pulled into a low ponytail. And glaring at him from the corner is a lean boy who has the same dark hair, but sides buzzed, and the same red eyes as the person on the sofa. He seems to be annoyed at the former boy for being noisy. His hands are gripping a block of the metal casing, which looks like the beginnings of a machine. Izuku himself is in the picture too, in the very center of it. Contented. With his hands in the fiery red hair that is spilling across his lap as a younger girl sleeps peacefully. The girl in question is in a yellow dress with daisies decorating the fabric. Overall, the scene looks warm and happy. Izuku lets out a panicked breath as he throws his bag towards the villain. He can do nothing but hope he somehow makes it out alive, with Kaken. The bag smacks right into the villain's face. Izuku finds himself thanking Lady Fate. The hold on Kaken momentarily slipped. The captured boy essayed in a breath. What the F dash? Deku? Izuku feels a disbelieving sound at the back of his mind. He replies, Kaken, you looked like you needed saving. The slime is closing around his childhood friend again. Not only that, Izuku is going to be in danger too. Because of his reckless action, both of them are going to die. Izuku can't move, his sudden fear locking him in place. But fate doesn't let him die yet. In a way, it was on his side this time. A loud voice bellows. Heroes should indeed be ready to risk their lives. Izuku blinks. A rush of air and force together with Detroit's smash force the villain into SBMson. The crowd goes wild as the #1 hero saves the day. Izuku feels a drop of something fall onto his head. He looks up and it seems like the slime villain is not the only one that fell into SBMson in the face of All Might's power. The weather has fallen too. A flurry of scenes rushes and Izuku finds himself being scolded by some pro-heroes. Heh, tell me who was standing by dumbly and doing nothing again? Izuku hears Hiki grumbling. He tends to block Hiki out when he is busy or occupied. He is finally on his way back home. Deku! Izuku looks back to see Kaken stomping towards him. The blonde boy shouted again, I didn't need saving. How dare a quirkless failure like you pity me? F off. After screaming out what he wanted to, Kaken turns around and leaves. The brat should be grateful. If it isn't for you, he would have been suffocated to death. Izuku sighs and says, careful to keep his voice low, Hikarai, you know he's my childhood friend. Even though I didn't do anything, I'm still glad. He feels like Hikarai just let out a long breath. If it were me, I'd just let him die after what he said earlier. Hiki, what did he even say for you to react like this? Izuku can't help but question his companion. Why would Hikarai do that? And also, thank goodness he didn't raise his voice that much. I am here. All Might's voice booms out as the man comes around the corner and stops in front of Izuku. A surprised, questioning noise escapes from Izuku. Oh boy, does he hope the hero didn't hear him shout out a name into thin air. All Might. But the reporters dash. Izuku gets interrupted. Shaking them off is not an issue for me now. I was also looking for dash, and in turn, All Might gets cut off by his transformation. Karma. Izuku thinks back, will you lay off with the sass, Hiki? Izuku thinks it is really mind-blowing to see the symbol of peace in his smaller form. The older man tries to get his bearings first. Young man, I was looking for you to correct what I said and to propose something to you, he says seriously. Without you, I wouldn't have been there to save that boy. You, a quirkless boy, running out while the others didn't do anything, inspired me so much that I tried to surpass my limit. All Might, or Izuku privately dubs the man's skeleton form, Small Might, looks him in the eyes. I would have been just fake muscles and insincerity. So thank you. Izuku let his gaze fall to the ground. All Might has already said that he can't be a hero. Why is he here then, praising Izuku for a dumb rash act? But a quirkless nobody like me just jumped headfirst into it without a thought and made more problems. Izuku sighs. And that is why I applaud you more. Even without a quirk, you still wanted to save that boy. The older hero comes closer to Izuku. Soon enough, Izuku felt a hand rest on his shoulder. The shoulder that somehow burns with dull pain. Izuku must have missed what happened to it. What is your name, young man? Izuku raises his eyes and chokes out his name. Great heroes say that their body simply moves before they think. A definite sign of a heroic heart. All Might pauses. You can become a hero. If it wasn't for the hand clenching his shoulder, he would have fallen to his knees from sheer relief. Did All Might himself say he could be a hero? He is not dreaming, is he? In the back of his mind are Hikurai calling the man out for being indecisive and Koshiro sobbing outright. Even though Koshiro is not the one who ran out to save Kaken, he thinks it helps the boy to hear his idol say that he can, in fact, be a hero. The quirk enthusiast has some issues with his self-worth from what he has observed. Although Izuku doesn't know the specifics, it must have been nice to hear that All Might thinks that a quirkless boy can become a hero because for the altar, it is quite the compliment. Overwhelmed with his own emotions, Izuku can do nothing but breathe out. Thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Oh, I'm just stating what I believe and I believe you are worthy of inheriting my power, All Might declares. Izuku's viridian eyes widen as they snap up to the older man's. Inherit. Izuku can't keep his tone even. Quirks can only be inherited from parents. No quirk is said to have transferable abilities ever. Your quirk is super strength, sir. How can it be transferred? Quirks cannot be transferred. Every middle schooler knows this. Frankly, Izuku would not be surprised if, upon more clarification, All Might's quirk turns out to be transferable as well as one of super strength. In the age of quirk, nothing is impossible. After all, having companions in his head is not impossible. Well, people have speculated my quirk to be super strength or boost. Every time the question pops up in interviews, I try to make jokes to avoid it. All Might releases Izuku's shoulder and lets his bony hand fall to his side. The hero proceeds to tell him the truth about his mysterious power, that it is a stockpiling quirk passed down like a sacred torch. Izuku listens, awed. The glinting blue eyes of the symbol of peace feel like they are boring into his own soul as he tells Izuku, and I want to pass one for all on to you. The boy doesn't really know whether to focus on Koshiro's distracting mumbling that is ringing in his ears or try to wrap his mind around the fact that All Might, is offering him to be his successor. Hikurai remains silent. He must have been silent long enough. All Might is now backtracking. Of course, I know this is a lot. You can have some time to think about it, young Midoriya. Hikurai observes the number one hero. He has never imagined that All Might could be this awkward. Then again, he has never imagined that Izuku would get such an offer from All Might. If a certain someone knows, he would probably get lectured on how great All Might is and he should be prouder than proud that he got an offer. However, at this rate, it is going to be harder to protect Aizu. He knows Izuku is too good and selfless for his own good. He also knows that Izuku wants to be a hero more than anything. Now, All Might knows it too. If Izuku accepts this offer, it will be hard to conceal their existence. Hikurai has some kind of control over who claims the spot or not, sure. But even he can't control all of the altars. Also, God forbid one of them do what they shouldn't. Izuku doesn't know what he is feeling. But overwhelmed. Confused. He asks the lean man, but why me of all people? What you did back there was more heroic than anyone else. But it is still reckless, young Midoriya. I want you to be more concerned for your own safety next time. All Might pauses. You deserve to be a hero, my boy. Izuku doesn't need any time to think about this offer. He already knows what his heart yearns for. I accept your offer. Izuku bows down low. Thank you so much. Please take care of me. Drops of tears decorate the pavement below his feet. However, Izuku can't stop smiling. He's going to be a hero. All Might is smiling too. After exchanging numbers, the two go their separate ways. Izuku can't help but think about how bizarre this one day has been. He notices with a start that Hikurai has not said anything. They should talk when they get home. With All Might around, it will be hard to keep their situation under wraps. All of them should talk, even though Izuku's headache will become more painful. Izuku unlocks the apartment's door and steps in. I'm home. He knows it's a bit silly to announce his return when there is no one waiting for him at home. But habits are hard to break. Sometimes he can almost hear his mother welcome him back. Funny how wishful thinking works. He reheats the leftover from this morning. A bath sounds nice too, considering he is covered head to toe in slime, which stinks considering where it came from. Time flies fast and suddenly it's about time that they have a talk. Don't worry, he took a painkiller for his headache and he also has sleeping pills too. Ryo custom made for them himself. He's amazing like that. They are all amazing to Izuku. Now, he sits at his study table in his room. A familiar leather-bound diary lies in front of him. He closes his eyes, trying to calm both his mind and his breathing down. He needs to focus. Once he is concentrated but relaxed enough, Izuku inserts the date at the top of the page and checks if he is holding both pencils. Hikurai uses his right hand to write even though the older personality is ambidextrous. His handwriting is a bit slanted to the right. Koshiro and Ryu are both left-handed. Koshiro's handwriting is more refined than Ryu's. That boy just likes to take notes as tidy and neat as possible. Ryu can't care less for the appearance of his letters, opting more to being a fast writer. Mizuki likes to write in the center of the page for some reason. Maybe because she is the youngest? Owari only writes just 1 or 2 words here and there, mostly in the middle where there are fewer words. No time to waste. He writes down 2 words. Hello guys. Good evening, Izuku. Hey Izuku-an. I can't believe what happened. Today. We almost died is what happened. Being an inventor is safer than being a hero, I'd say. Hey boys. I didn't see what happened. You'll have to tell the whole story. Hello. Same here. Oh, all of them are here. Izuku knows he is going to be lectured about self-preservation. He doesn't want to explain what happened today. He already has a headache, thank you very much. Izuku got attacked by a villain on the way back to the apartment. But All Might saved him and he asked if he could become a hero without a quirk. No one writes anything after that for a few seconds. They all know Izuku desires to be a hero. Without a quirk or not, he will do anything to become a hero. Even an underground one, like Koshiro suggested. However, everyone says Izuku can't be one because of his lack of a quirk, a mere tool. It is Ryu who breaks the silence. And let me guess, the jackass said no? Like everyone else, you're better off inventing things. God knows we've got the genes. He said no? Zuchan, are you alright? Hey, don't call All Might that. That's not the whole story either. Hiki, give us more info. Hikurai continues elaborating. Izuku is more than happy to let him do all the talking. He thinks Hikurai knows that he doesn't want to explain this crazy day to his companions. The older personality just has a way of knowing what Izuku wants. Izuku is thankful for that. Izuku might have dissociated, retreating to the back of his mind since there are so many of them in the common room. Hikurai has already finished recounting the events by the time he becomes aware again. He blinked a few times, suddenly feeling spent. So I'm sorry that you guys have to put up with this. Also, I want to make a request even though all of you are already helping me a lot. It would be a disaster if All Might finds out that I have you. Therefore please leave the training PRDS alone. If you absolutely have to come out, make sure to act like me please. Especially you Ryu. As if I would want to receive hero training. You of all people should know that Hikurai. Izuku, I have some questions for All Might. Surely you wouldn't deny me such an opportunity? I will be careful, I promise. Of course, Zuchan. I don't have much reason to come out in front of All Might. Sure, Izuku. Thanks guys. Also, make sure to write in here if anything noteworthy happened when I blacked out today. After saying goodbye, Izuku puts the journal back into its hiding place. He needs to sleep early today. He knows there were 2 blackouts and the day is catching up to him, making him tired. Besides, Hikurai needs to go out tonight. He needs energy. Otherwise, Hikurai won't be able to claim the spot. Izuku tries to finish his homework as fast as possible. Setting the alarm clock to go off at exactly 12 a.m., he switches off the lights. The apartment falls silent. Thankfully, he didn't need the sleeping pill. They need to buy some, or maybe Ryu would bring more. Izuku murmurs a good night to Hikurai. He knows Hiki is always there, watching over him, like an older brother he never had. He goes to sleep. Toshinori can't sleep. He should be asleep by now. His side is throbbing. Phantom pains that haunt him on his bad days are present too. Too many things are present in his mind. It is acceptable. He just found a successor, a quirkless boy with big dreams. Just like him when Nana found him. He lets out a drawn-out breath. Midoriya Izuku. A plain-looking boy with green hair and equally green eyes. But his eyes shone with determination when he said he accepted one for all. The same eyes which lost their shine when he first said those harsh words on that rooftop. Toshinori knows he should have answered differently. No, it is not because, at the end of the day, the boy ran out to save someone even though he is powerless. It is because Toshinori, regardless of the truth that heroics can be hard without a quirk, should have had the decency to choose a better answer. He has berated himself when he realized that there are heroes like Eraserhead, his soon-to-be colleague, who essentially fight Quirkless. There was also this notebook filled with some kind of code and sketches of heroes and even some pieces of support gear. The hero has flipped through that book in interest after signing a page in it. He will have to ask the boy about it sometime. Are those notes about heroes and their quirks? They are also in code too. A clever move, Toshinori has to admit. Young Midoriya is intriguing indeed. Like a puzzle. He hopes he can be a competent teacher to the boy. He is a bit worried and also anticipating the future with the boy in it. It seems like things are going to become interesting. Is this what Nana felt when she chose him? One thing is for certain. He will have to decline Nitai's proposal. Sadly, he hasn't even met with the boy, an upcoming 3rd year at UA, whom Nitai recommended. But something about young Midoriya just clicked with both him and One for All. Toshinori tries to relax. He should sleep. Tomorrow will not wait just because he can't sleep due to overthinking. He dresses up with practiced motions. The dark green suit fits him comfortably, his black mask sitting around his neck. The mask can cover his hair as well as the upper half of his face. His belt has been put on too. The red boots have secret compartments in which are matches and a firelight. The person stretches. After completing his routine, he double-checks everything, the locks, his costume, his burner phone. Then he gets out with his hood up. He's got to patrol and maybe check in with some of his accomplices. The chill wind caresses him as he parkours across rooftops, on guard and ready to fight as soon as his senses detect danger. Hikurai can't help but enjoy his night outs. In the span of 1 hour that he's been patrolling, he has saved a woman from being raped, busted a small drag dealing and guided a lost boy back to his home. He doesn't feel like he is useless as he helps people, even just from behind a mask. He was created to protect Izuku. Now that their flaming trash can of a father is in jail, Izuku is safe, to some extent. So Hikurai tries to protect other people too. He hears a set of footsteps behind him. He recognizes the sound so he doesn't get up from his spot by the edge of the convenience store's roof. Problem child. The person mutters as he sits down. Some distance away from Hikurai. The younger boy gave the man an offended look. Old man. Why am I called a problem child? I'm not problematic and I even prevent some problems, thank you very much. Hikurai catches the juice pouch that the other man tosses towards him. It was a mango one, his favorite. He uncaps it and takes a sip. It's been your name for more than 6 months, Eraserhead says. You should get used to it. A comfortable silence fell between the two. The wind keeps flowing. It's been almost 3 weeks since the hero and the vigilante last met. Also, it's been 2 years since they first met personally. Hikurai has run into the man in his early vigilante career, which means 4 years ago. Eraserhead didn't have to know that. It was only 2 years ago that the underground hero was assigned to capture him. Blaze, the vigilante, became a big presence around that time, so the police started to give him attention. Of course, Hikurai got away every time. "Haven't seen you in a while, kid. Busy with school?" the scruffy man asks. In his hands is a can of coffee. Hikurai quirks a small smirk as if he's surprised that Eraserhead cares. "You can say that. And I'm 17, hardly a kid now." "Blaze, Midoriya," Hikurai replies. He doesn't have to tone down his sass or other aspects of his traits when he is on patrol. No one knows his identity. No one knows that he is supposed to be Midoriya Izuku. The small banter goes back and forth between them. Eraserhead knows that the moment he tries to arrest Blaze, the vigilante will slither away with a blaze of fire. They have been there. The point where Eraserhead would chase after him and Blaze would run away. "In for some patrol?" Blaze asks the hero. Not that he would tell the hero, but he finds patrolling together with the older man to be somewhat nice. Having someone to fight alongside during the nights is a comforting thought. He has been fighting alone for far too long. They have been fighting alone for far too long. Izuku deserves an adult figure in his life. They don't count technically, although it hurts Hikurai to think as such. The alters should not have even been created in the first place. Izuku should not have experienced such trauma in the first place. If it wasn't for that abusive trash can, Izuku would have somewhat of a normal childhood. Hikurai knows they should go eventually, but leaving would be hard on many accounts. It is far too dangerous for the hero work if Izuku becomes a hero. What if a trigger happens during battle and Izuku gets hurt because one of them is triggered to come out? If they do integrate, which they all understand is a very rare process, they will no longer be together with Izuku, but at the same time, they will still be here. He understands it. He does. But then why is he still here? Why doesn't he want to go? Integration is hardly voluntary. Sure, there are some external stimuli that encourage merging or integration, but the process can be lifelong. Izuku still needs them. He is still not ready. He needs help. Hikurai needs to make Izuku understand that first. They should have a private talk. He has been meaning to discuss it with Izuku, preferably about seeking therapy or just help from adults. But this one-for-all business is going to make things more complicated. They are living alone. Although their mother says it is due to her work, Hikurai knows better. Izuku should have someone other than the five of them. He deserves it. Hikurai has half the mind to just go up to some responsible adult and blurt out that they have this disorder just so that Izuku gets help. But who would believe him when he says that he is not Midoriya Izuku? And not to mention the backlash he would get from the break of trust among the six of them. Izuku wouldn't like it, let alone the others. Hikurai has no choice but to choose wisely. They don't need any accusations that they are claiming to have an illness for attention. He has to look for someone trustworthy. Eraserhead seems like he doesn't care for any being on Earth except cats. But the vigilante knows he is a big softy of a grumpy alley cat. That, and he has a theory. "Watch out, Blaze." A voice from his left snaps Hikurai out of his thoughts. He should stop spacing out in the middle of fights. The white flash of capture scarf tugs the incoming criminal out of the way. Hikurai lights a match and immediately manipulates it to form his signature fire whip. In blazing red color, of course. He came up with the move back in his earlier days. At first, he couldn't regulate the temperature of the whip, resulting in some unintentional burns. But now, he can even make heatless flames. Thanks to Koshiro's suggestions. A man with a porcupine quirk comes at him from his periphery. Hikurai forms another whip and restrains the man's spine-covered hands. Another one creeps up from his right. Hikurai finds himself grateful for the fact that he's ambidextrous. Apparently, staying still in the middle of a fight is not the smartest thing to do. Even more so when the said fight is a three-way free-for-all, which was originally a turf fight between two gangs. Eraserhead lends a hand from where he is fighting against a spider mutant girl. The latest newcomer from his right falters as he finds his quirk erased. That is all Hikurai needs before he conjures a ring of fire which tightens around the man. A capture move from his arsenal. Let's just say Eraserhead showed him how useful it is to have a capture method of his own. Danger. A pair of hands grab his face from behind as soon as his senses pinged, and then all Hikurai sees is white. Pain everywhere. suppressing his quirk so that Hisashi wouldn't notice. His own blood on his hand. His vision filled with two red eyes that bore into his very soul. Hikurai knows that this is an effect of a quirk. Thrilling, isn't it, the power of quirks? He thinks he is reliving their greatest memories. His head feels like it's going to split open. But dots obscure his vision. The news report of the death of a pro hero. Where did that memory come from? Hikurai does not remember watching that news. A bouquet of red spider lilies on his desk. He actually finds the flower ironically beautiful. Rough hands restraining him. His consciousness slips away and Hikurai is afraid to admit that he is grateful to lose it. Problem child. That's what that blasted vigilante is. Shoyuta clenches his capture scarf, the tough material of it resting against his palm comfortingly. He knocks out another thug. Of course, he also keeps an eye on Blaze too. Powerful though the vigilante is, he is still young. As young as his students. And the kid has potential too. Shoyuta often wonders why Blaze never applied to a hero course. The kid told him that he was not a hero student. Privately, Shoyuta thinks he should be. Although the vigilante's quirk heavily relies on the prior existence of fire, he has the skill to make up for the disadvantage. As a hero, it is a bit embarrassing to say that Blaze gives him one hell of a fight. The vigilante is almost on par with some heroes he knows. He has a plan to convince Blaze to stop his vigilante career and maybe look into the road of heroics. The younger boy will thrive as a hero, that's for sure. Shoyuta has seen how the kid treats the victims as well as the villains. He knows the line between heroes and villains can sometimes be a blur. He understands that not everything is black and white and that there is a gray area. Blaze has the potential to be a great hero. That is what the underground hero thinks of the infamous vigilante, Blaze. The boy has a couple of achievements under his belt. Eraserhead dodges as the girl he's fighting shoots out a spray of spider webs from her hands. Which is a lot, considering that girl has 4 arms. Well, better than the typical 8 arms, he supposes. The number of people standing is dwindling. What can he say? They make an unlikely effective team. And a pained shout rings out. The spider girl flinches, her guard going down momentarily. She must be a new member. Shoyuta bashes her head into the alley wall, sending her into the land of sleep. His black eyes survey the surroundings and zeroed in on the one who shouted. Damn it, problem child. Blaze has fallen down into a pile on the cold cement ground, unconscious. Behind him is a man whose hands are posed in the air as if they have been holding onto something. Shoyuta wastes no time to take that man down. After he has restrained all the thugs, he immediately goes to kneel down beside the fallen form of Blaze. Thankfully, he can feel the pulse on the boy's neck. Eraserhead turns to the man who knocked the kid out. He grits out a question, "What's your quirk?" There is a harsh bite in his tone. Shoyuta doesn't mind showing his ire for once while on duty. The guilty man shifts on his feet before sheepishly stuttering out, It's called Living Nightmare." Shoyuta waits for the man to elaborate. Like glares at the man until he relents. His glares are something to be proud of obviously. I can force the target to relive their worst memories. It is rare to fall unconscious though, the culprit. Shoyuta grunts out a harsh, "Why?" The man averts his gaze to the ground. He actually appears to be remorseful for what he did. I didn't think his memories would be awful enough to induce such a toll on his mind. He sounds young. "I'm sorry." Shoyuta nods at the man, satisfied that he has got answers and acknowledging the man's apology however meaningless it may be. He should call the police to take these guys into custody, but with the vigilante here, he can't. He has to revive the problem child first so that he can get away before the police arrive at the scene. So the underground hero proceeds to do just that. Izuku opens his eyes. Strange enough, he is lying on the ground in an alley. He lets out a groan as a painful headache immediately making itself known and noticed. He can wake up to better circumstances. But this is not the strangest place he has opened his eyes to. Since Izuku is aware of Hikurai's nightly outings, he concludes Hikurai must have used up their energy a bit too much. Or Hikurai must have been injured. He hopes that is not the case. A dark figure comes into his line of sight. It is a man. Of course it is a man, Izuku, you fool. What else? With a start, Izuku realizes that he is not at his home. He is in an alley, somewhere in Mizudafu, with only his mask to protect his, or rather Hikarai's, identity. His hood has fallen. He needs to improve spatial awareness. Hikarai would be ashamed of him. Look at him, the host of a famous vigilante, and he's dumb. Izuku tries to reach out to Hikarai. The altar is not responding yet. He can't help but get worried. Hikarai is always there when Izuku wants to talk to him. Did something bad happen? The man checks if Izuku is concussed. He seems familiar with Hikarai. But Izuku does not know who this man is for sure. So he makes sure to be ready if things go south. Not that Izuku knows that much about self-defense. Combat and self-defense are Hikarai's thing. But he can at least run. Problem child. Blaze. Can you hear me? The man inquires softly. Hopefully, he is an underground hero or an ally since there are also some other people bound or unconscious in the alley. Izuku gapes inwardly at the nickname. Problem child? Hikarai? Yes, sir. I can hear you. The man arches one of his eyebrows. Izuku belatedly realizes that he might be out of character for Hikarai's alter ego. After all, the older boy is sassy and confident. Oh God, don't let him suspect anything. I mean, yeah. Izuku backtracks. I'm gonna head back though. Izuku gives the man a nod and tries to make sense of where in the world he is. He locates a familiar store nearby, so he reckons not all hope is lost. He puts up his hood. Bye. But the man replies with an unusual phrase, thumbs up. Is this some kind of secret? Greeting? Izuku doesn't know what to do. So he just lamely gives back a nod and leaves. Otherwise he would have seen the man behind him activate his quirk. He would have seen how the man has a surprised expression as if he didn't find what he knew he would find. As if Izuku has lost what he should possess. Izuku could snatch a nap just before he was supposed to get up and prepare for school. But he is still tired. Luckily, Hikarai was there when Izuku woke up. Normally, he would not be worried by the lack of the older boy's presence, but since Izuku woke up in the middle of his patrol, he can't help but hope that the older boy is alright. As soon as they start to converse, Hikarai requests the freckled boy to tell him what has transpired. I woke up in an alley, a dark-haired man was there with me. Hikarai makes a non-committal noise. Upon Izuku's brief questioning, Hikarai lets him know that the man is an underground hero. Eraserhead, he says. Then Izuku recounts everything he remembers. Hikarai falls silent after he finishes the part about that weird phrase. So, you just nodded back? Hikarai should have told Izuku about those words in the first place. Now, Eraserhead is going to be suspicious, very suspicious indeed. Izuku, when you are in the vigilante costume, if Eraserhead says that phrase, you are to reply with a thumbs down. It is dash, Hikarai pauses, a tradition if you will. Hikarai hopes Eraserhead takes some time to catch on to the fact that there is something wrong with him, or rather with Izuku. Izuku is still not ready to open up, he knows. He should start coercing the younger boy, gently of course. It doesn't hurt to have a support system besides them. He wonders if the hero used his quirk on Izuku though. He is curious of what the results are if he did. Hikarai will have to tell the memory holder of their system to check the archive. That quirk. It made some of their memories float to the surface. As Hikarai is not the one who can view them, it made him slip out the spot, falling unconscious. If Eraserhead hadn't been there. He is trustworthy. Were you to ask help from him, Izuku, he would not hesitate. Hikarai informs the younger boy. Izuku blinks, his steps faltering slightly. It is rare for Hikarai to call someone trustworthy, which makes him more compelled to trust what the older of the two says. Why weren't you there last night, Hiki? Izuku asks. Did something happen? Izuku has a feeling that Hikarai is giving him a small smile. You don't have to worry about me, Izuku. I think I just strained myself. School is nothing out of ordinary. A few jeers here and there. Kaken is ignoring him, which Izuku thinks is the best thing he can get. He doesn't think Owari has to get out too. His cell phone, an old yet sturdy thing, pings. When Izuku checks it, he almost drops the device. because it is All Might who has texted him. He clicks it open. The hero is asking if he is free this evening and whether or not Izuku knows. The beach called Dagoba. Yes, he is, and he does. School is finished now and there is no appointment he or his companions have to go to. He replies just that, and suddenly he finds himself having a meeting with the symbol of peace himself to look forward to. The time comes and Izuku is now looking at the piles and piles of trash. At the Dagoba beach. A beach isn't supposed to be covered in waste. All Might is running late. Izuku can understand it though. It is, after all, time-consuming to be the #1 hero. Izuku stares at the scene. He feels himself itching to do something to make it better somehow. He starts gathering the stray pieces that are easy to pick up. There is a trash can near the entrance of the beach park. Izuku throws an armful of trash into it. He is glad that All Might warned him to wear comfortable workout clothes. Young Midoriya, I see you are already one step ahead. Izuku almost jumps out of his skin as All Might's booming voice greets him. Steam surrounds the hero after he transfers into his small form. Good evening, All Might. Izuku smiles at the lean blonde. All Might smiles back. Izuku thinks this smile is different from the smile he usually wears on TV. It is softer on the edges. Personally, he prefers this one, and Hikurai would agree with him too if he was in the common room. Do you know why I choose to meet at this place? Izuku says, no, sir. All Might lets his gaze travel across the beach. It is a disappointing sight, isn't it? This beach used to be a really beautiful place. What happened to it, sir? Illegal dumping and something about the current that makes trash drift ashore. Heroes nowadays only focus on flashy fights, not on this kind of problem. All Might pauses. So I figured, how about we clean up this beach both as training and as community service? Then that comforting hand on his shoulder comes back. Izuku does not understand why he feels warm. You have already started cleaning before I say so. An honorable feat. This is your first step to become a hero, young Midoriya. Am I running a fever? It's warmer than it should be. Izuku stutters out a thank you. After all, one gets flustered when complimented by All Might of all people. And then the training starts. Izuku pants as he tries to push an old truck tire. All Might sure knows how to arrange a training plan. The poor boy feels like he is going to die. What Hikurai is saying isn't helping either. The older boy calls out encouragement, but are they really encouraging if they are a mix of sass and smugness? He said, let me tease you when I can, Izuku. The tire is where it's supposed to be now. Currently, he is moving a good amount of garbage to somewhere a truck can easily park, therefore near the roadway. It has been 2 days since All Might started training him, but it certainly feels a lot like a few decades. The hero has provided him with a full schedule that has every information about what he is supposed to at all times, when he is supposed to sleep, wake, eat, rest, train, etc. It even has the exact ingredients for every meal he should have, some of which are expensive. Izuku has worried on his lips when he realized this. He doesn't want to put pressure on the oldest of his companions who make the most money. Hikurai sometimes snatches some yens from the petty criminals if he thinks they deserve it. Ryu sells his inventions, mostly blueprints and instructions on how to build the desired device, on a pirate site. Izuku himself has a part-time job at a convenience store, coincidentally near where he first met Eraserhead. It pays as much as a part-time job should pay. But even combined with all the money they all make, it is barely enough 3 mini-meals a day. Because his mother stopped sending him extra money almost a year ago. The apartment rent is still covered by her. She sends it via some bank. Izuku doesn't blame her though. She is having hard times herself. He understands. Another month passes like a gust of autumn wind. Izuku let his gaze onto where the teacher is lecturing in front of the class. He is not focusing on the lesson though. Only pretending to do so. Otherwise, he would receive like 2 detentions. Punishments are harsher for a quirkless student. He can catch up with the lessons. It helps when he has 2 geniuses in his head. Hikurai or Ryu would tutor him later. Izuku packs his things as the bell signals the lunch break. He has to take care of his things. God knows if anything happens to Koshiro's notebooks on Izuku's watch, he will have his head on a silver platter. The boy can't help but think back to when he had no idea just what was wrong with him. The missing memories. The moments when he woke up not having a clue as to what on earth is happening around him. His mother's stares. Those kinds of things eventually caused him to become aware of his condition. It helped that Hikurai has already researched what they all are. He was the one who explained the topic of dissociative identity disorder to Izuku. They had difficulties and disagreements, of course. Izuku still shudders every time he remembers those early times. He knows it was downright horrifying and a disaster. He kept getting blackouts without prior warnings. And then Hiki convinced everyone to an agreement. A schedule of sorts. But there are times that Izuku just has to black out. He doesn't understand it really. It just happens. They like to call it his episodes. Sometimes, it takes Izuku more than a month to claim the spot again. When the episode ends, it truly takes effort and a whole load of work to get back up again since he has to catch up with the events which have taken place. Izuku secretly muses that it is as if he has woken up from a coma. It has been almost 2 months since the last episode happened. The green-eyed boy has a feeling that one is coming soon. Fate isn't on his side. And boy does he know it. Izuku heads to the cafeteria to grab his lunch. He carries his tray. The only place where he is not discriminated against for being quirkless is here. The cafeteria staff tolerates him and gives him the same meal as any other student. Hikurai mutters that there should not be any discrimination in the first place. But still the cafeteria is not a pleasant place. Izuku trips on something that looks suspiciously like fingers. The next thing he knows is that he is on the cafeteria floor and so is his lunch. Cruel laughter rings out unkindly. The disturbed boy retreats into the depths of his mind. It is the only way he knows to face this kind of experience. Hikurai sighs. Owari immediately hovers over the mess he created. No, this mess is his fault. He tripped and he wasted all the perfect food. Not to mention the trouble he would get Izuku in if the teachers catch wind of this accident. A foot kicks his back. Owari knows what is going to follow. The still weak body of the green-haired boy easily goes down, sprawled over the already messy area. His tormentors reward him with another round of mocking. Quirkless Deku can't even stand straight, let alone carry a lunch tray properly. A student from his left calls out, and he thinks he has a shot at the UA hero course. Owari doesn't see his bully's face. His vision is blurry. At first, he thought it was because of tears or some other problem. However, he discovered that he needed glasses. It is not fair that he is the only one who needs spectacles. Well, he doesn't have to see people's faces when they say the truth about him, at least. Even without clear eyesight, he knows he is surrounded. He tries to get into a sitting position. There is nothing that can be done with the mess, he supposes. His uniform is dirty too, since he fell directly into the mess. Owari can't blame anyone when it is his own fault now, can he? He just hopes that they would leave Izuku alone after they are done with him. Izuku doesn't deserve this. Owari does. The boy knows it. Hikurai stays still. He is the only one in the common room. The others don't come out from their room unless something urges them, such as triggers. Except Ryu and Koshiro. Those two sometimes come out. Ryu is similar to Hisashi. He inherited their father's knack for technology and machines. A low voice from the back of his mind whispers to Hikurai that it's not the only thing Ryu has in common with Hisashi. The dark-haired boy purses his lips. The common room he's in dims slightly. There is also Koshiro. Quirks fascinate the boy immensely. He tends to play with the stray strands from his ponytail while he writes in his notebooks. Hikurai suggested that he write in code, which the analyst created right away. He has such a sharp mind. Hikurai is certain that if the boy puts his mind to it, he can even outsmart Nezu. But the only thing the boy seems to take interest in is quirks and heroes. At least, Hikurai hopes. When those two boys claim the spot, Hikurai can't talk to them from the room. He sometimes loses vision of what they are up to. Don't get him wrong. He trusts the boys. After all, Ryu is the second oldest of them all and Koshiro never does anything stupid. It is, however, different for Izuku, Owari, or Mizuki. Hikurai always sees what they see, what they are doing. He can converse with Izuku all the time but with the other two, not that much. Not when they are in their element. Now, for example, he winces as he bears witness to the bullying through Owari's eyes, blurry though his vision is. Beside him on the same sofa is Izuku, sleeping so peacefully. Owari curls up to make himself smaller. He has somehow been cornered, his back touching the walls of the cafeteria. The rest of his body is being subjected to kicks currently. He keeps his arms around his head. Izuku doesn't need a blasting headache when he takes the spot back. A cruel voice says to him, with grunts in between, "How will you fight villains if you can't even defend yourself against your dear classmates?" Huh. He curls up tighter, doing what he normally does. Brave through this so that Izuku doesn't have to. Even though he is the furthest away from brave. As for how Owari will fight villains if he can't even stand up against his bullies, it's simple. He will not fight villains. Frankly, he'd rather open a cafe than be a hero and risk their life. They deserve a peaceful life. He knows everything they've been through. Except, maybe, Owari, but that's his self-hatred speaking. He doesn't get why Izuku is dead set on becoming a hero. He supposes helping people is a noble living. Coffee is better though, so he wants to open a nice warm cafe. It doesn't hurt that Owari will be near coffee. What hurts instead is his body. Owari is reminded of that fact by a particularly hard punch to his left cheek. The impact makes his head bang against the wall. He will have to examine if there is any blood or bumps when they are done. He can't stop the trembles. His throat feels as if there is an invisible noose around it. The sound of mocking and insults rings in his ears. Owari tries to look at his tormentors. There is no blonde-haired face. Neither are there red eyes. Just like it always has been. Owari is grateful for that. He doesn't want Kaken to have a stain on his record because of him. Not that the teachers would mark any negative thing down. Kaken is a star pupil, if a little rough. Well, maybe not a little. His childhood friend has a good heart. He is daring and strong. Everything Owari isn't. He never backs down from a fight. In his own way, Kaken cares about people. If only Owari hasn't been so pathetic, Kaken would have cared about him too. Say Mikihana, one starts. Do you think you can produce that flower with your quirk? The pause in beating him up takes him by surprise. He lets his eyes roam to find the reason why. He didn't hear the bell ringing, so the lunch break is still not over. It is useless to try to see as he can only see a foot and a half in front of him clearly. The girl, Mikihana, smirks, unseen by Owari. Sure. Then a swarm of red fills his vision. The fact that the girl must have dumped a whole load of it directly onto his head registers in his mind. Owari sees a couple of red spider lilies on his lap. See it, Deku? The group snickers. You should follow what those other losers did as well. Jump from the roof or overdose yourself. Boy, does he want to follow those orders. The bell rings finally. His tormentors go on their merry way. The rest of the students do so too. Some students' gazes linger on him, disgusted. Others, a bit pitying. Owari braces himself and follows them. He can't do anything about the mess he left, he's afraid. The teacher doesn't even bat an eye when he sees Owari limping into the class with a black eye, swollen cheek. Most teachers stop caring when the word, quirkless, is thrown in. He sits down in his place, chortles around him. His classmates are not masking their glee at seeing the useless Deku being put into his pitiful place. The Greenette reckons with these injuries, Izuku will not be coming out for a while. Owari is responsible for them until they heal. He would never let Izuku feel them. That is the sole purpose of his existence. Despite this, he still wishes he doesn't exist. Both for Izuku's sake and his own sake. One thing is for certain. He will be having a cup of coffee and curling up with his blanket on the sofa. He hopes it rains too. The altar suffers through the lesson and the day goes on. Owari doesn't go to the school infirmary. The blame will just fall onto him. The nurse already hates him for showing up too much. He can only thank fate for small mercies. There is no training with All Might today. He has, of course, a schedule that he has to follow. But well, at least he won't have to let All Might see his pathetic form. All Might of all people doesn't need to worry about Owari. He unlocks the apartment. Hikarai regains the ability to converse with him just after school. Now the older boy is giving him suggestions to ease the pain and accelerate the healing. He puts down the backpack on the study table. The injuries need to be treated as soon as possible. His arms and legs are decorated with red and purple bruises. He will have to do with some bandages and ointment. Sure, they will be painful for a while, but Owari is not a stranger to pain. Once he has patched himself up, he immediately starts the electric kettle. He has a mission to complete. Please eat something other than coffee, Owari. Hikurai requests. There is also a meal plan for Izuku. Owari sighs and grumbles. Hiki, you know that I can't cook. He opens the cupboard and brightens as he spots the package he's searching for. For some reason, his vision is worse than it usually is. He negotiates instant ramen. It's better than nothing. It's okay. But because coffee is here. He hears Hikurai sigh. Okay, Owari. Only once. And you will add an egg and some vegetables to the ramen. Owari allows himself a small smirk. Hikurai is such a mother hen. Actually, he is the one who bought Owari his weighted blanket. He also buys him coffee, but that is because the younger boy keeps bugging him. Owari has been in love with this particular brand ever since he discovered some packets Eraserhead gave Blaze. If Hiki wants someone to blame, there is always that hero. After finishing his coffee, he restarts the kettle for ramen. He contemplates the best way to add the egg so that it stays in one place. Fortunately, Hikurai has some advice for him. The ramen turns out fine. Not that he cares whether it does or not. He just wants to crawl into a bed, sleep and never wake up. After he has his dinner, he asks Hikurai if there is any sign that Izuku will be taking the spot back. Hikurai answered in the negative. I'm curling up on the sofa. You can handle the exercising part later. I will give you the spot. Hikurai makes an agreeing noise after some thinking. Rest well. I'm going back to my room too. The older boy told him to set an alarm to ring at, so Owari fetches his blanket and settles down on the sofa. He wants to drink another cup of coffee, but then he won't fall asleep. He wants to sleep. He doesn't need caffeine on top of overthinking, thank you very much. He closes his eyes and attempts to sleep. And what a pointless endeavor that is. Hikurai lets out a breath as he brushes a stray curl from Izuku's forehead. The younger boy is sleeping peacefully on his lap. The common room has a fireplace. The room is usually well lit, but when Izuku is here, the only light is the one coming from the fireplace. The whole room is quite cozy. Currently, Mizuki has got the spot. She is the best cook among them all, although she is the youngest, having turned 13 a couple of months ago. It is actually one of her areas of expertise to prepare meals according to the diet plan. Izuku is still not showing signs of waking anytime soon. They have a training session with All Might today. Hikurai won't protest if he is the one who has to go train. But if Ryu or Koshiro wants to, he will allow it. Ryu knows how to lift machine parts safely. Koshiro will probably analyze himself into a muttering spree. Besides, he is sure Koshiro will want to meet All Might in person. A door clicks shut behind him. A figure strolls to the armchair near the fireplace. Good morning, Ryo. Hikurai greets the younger boy, who greets back. He gestures to Izuku and asks, will he be waking up anytime soon? Hikurai shakes his head, running his fingers through Izuku's hair. I think this is just the start of his episode. The inventor is still standing near the fireplace. He actually looks dramatic with the fire casting shadows onto his face. The younger boy gently touches the cravings on the fireplace. Hikurai has noticed that he has a fascination for it and the fire burning there. Whenever he comes out of his own room, he would either stand over the fire or sit in the armchair and stare into. Hey, I will be taking the spot this evening after All Might's training. I want to catch up with the support news and have a few other things to do. Hikurai smiles at him. You can? It's been a long time since you took it. Be careful, Ryu. Ryu gives him a small smirk, which is his version of a smile. Hikurai doesn't think he has seen the younger boy truly smile for many years, maybe since Hisashi got arrested. You know I'm not a child. I'm turning 16 soon. What's wrong with telling you to take care? Hikurai replies. Ryu rolls his red eyes. Nothing. He takes a seat finally, and then a notebook and a pen appear in his hands. He likes to use books for initial designs of the support equipment. Hikurai stops petting Izuku's hair. You'll let me know what you did when you release the spot, won't you? The other boy's hand ceases sketching. His eyes look up and into Hikarai's own eyes. Of course. Hikarai finds it fascinating that both of them have the same colors as their father. Same raven locks and same crimson eyes. His own hair is short but styled back and side-parted. The other's is spiked. Ryu also has freckles just like Izuku. Just like their father. Hikarai changes into some comfortable clothes. It is time to meet up with All Might at the Dagoba beach. He hopes the hero doesn't suspect anything. Considering no one has realized Izuku's situation, he'd say they are doing a great job at hiding it. But then again, no one ever looked twice at a quirkless teenager. All Might has been good to Izuku. He'd say the man is the first adult to care for the green-haired child in a long time. A certain underground hero pops up in his mind. Eraserhead doesn't count as he has never met Izuku. Well, he has, but he thought it was Hikarai. It's almost odd to have people who care, if care is the right word, about him, only him and not them all. Who knows, being a vigilante would take him to this. And there is his mentor too. The one who taught him how to survive at night. When Hikarai arrives at the beach, there is no one aside from mountains of trash. He started cleaning, lifting, and pushing things towards the truck which would take them to a proper dump. Oh, he has noticed how efficient this training plan is. When he goes on patrolling or fights with villains, the newly formed strength helps. He just hopes Izuku gets thorough training. Sure, he can direct Izuku in trying out some martial moves, but it is not effective as it will be if there's someone who is physically there to guide him. Someone real. Young Midoriya. A cheerful voice calls out. Punctual as always, I see. He carefully puts down the box he's carrying and turns to where the voice came from. There he is, the #1 hero. It would definitely take some time to believe that they are being trained by All Might. All Might, Hikarai greets, a smile on his face. Just like what Izuku does every time he meets the hero. The older man stops when he is near enough. No need to call me that all. My boy. You can use my name Yagi, remember? Hikarai mentally face-bombed. How can he forget that Izuku got permission to call the trainer by his surname? He gives an awkward laugh to All Might, or rather Yagi. And then they resume cleaning the beach. Or at least, the mentee does. The mentor is calling out encouragements and righting his posture and hold when necessary. It's almost peaceful. Almost because it is exhausting as heck too. The boy takes a drink from his water bottle. Yagi said he could take a break, so they are sitting on a bench on the beach now. As soon as he puts down the water bottle, Hikarai suddenly stumbles as he is shoved by an invisible force. His world is tilting out of balance. Feeling more disoriented and more far away from the world, he knows an altar is forcing his way out. And he blacks out. Toshinori always looks forward to their training sessions. Mostly because seeing the kid striving to complete the task he gave him with a vast amount of determination gives him satisfaction. He must admit that although he never had someone to train, he is enjoying being a mentor to young Midoriya. The kid is intriguing. It is tough to be quirkless. Trust him, Toshinori has been there even though the conditions were less severe. He knows the statistics. Nowadays, it is not only because quirks are becoming more common but also because most quirkless children don't make it into their 20s that the quirkless population is only a fifth of the whole population. Yet young Midoriya never gave up. That is really remarkable, Toshinori thinks. Moreover, he sees a lot of himself at the boy's age in his successor. He supervises the middle schooler with keen eyes. He knows some piles are unstable and he has shifted them to be safer and steadier. But he must be ready if something happens. He won't ever let any danger come to young Midoriya. Well, it will, no doubt, be a hard task since he is training the boy to be a hero. Thank goodness he finished that vile man. It looks like a break is in order. There is certain tiredness in the way the kid moves. Toshinori has noticed that although he looks stronger, he is still skinny. Is the kid eating how he should? Thinking back, he doesn't remember young Midoriya talking about his parents or even friends. Toshinori is currently sitting on a bench. Petting the space beside him, he tells the boy, "Young Midoriya, break time." The freckled boy sits down. When he sets down his water bottle after taking a drink, he stumbles. Toshinori quickly steadies the boy. He stumbles again when the man lets go, making him repeat the earlier action again. He must be more tired than I think. We should stop for the day. Are you all right, my boy? Concern slips into his voice. His successor just takes a moment to collect his bearings before answering an enthusiast, "Yes, sir." Toshinori has thought they are past this "sir" state. He gives the boy a small smile. "No need to address me as sir. Makes me feel old." Toshinori pauses as those green eyes widen a little. "Are you overexerting yourself? You look tired." "My boy." Young Midoriya replies sheepishly, "I'm not that tired, I mean Yagi-san." Toshinori relents. Maybe his schoolwork is burdening the boy. "I think this should be all for today." He gets a surprised look in return. "Bait, sir, oh sorry." Toshinori doesn't have a clue as to why the boy is stuttering. He hasn't done that for quite a while now. "You said, Izu, it's necessary to train my body daily to be able to receive one for all. Or else my limbs would pop off." Green eyes peer at him. Why does he feel like the boy is giving him puppy dog eyes? About training, no less. Well, one day wouldn't hurt. Goodness, the boy looks like he needs some rest now that Toshinori notices the dark circles below those eyes. Is his training plan extreme? Shall he change it? So, the boy pauses, "Shall I go back now?" It's almost like the boy doesn't want to return to his home. Toshinori should talk with the boy more. There is a lot he doesn't know about the boy. Therefore he offers to spend time with him. And this is the reason why he finds himself being bombarded with questions that range from, if one for all is a stockpiling quirk, does that mean it stockpiles quirks too, besides strength? To, is it true that the next season of All Might, the Peace series, is being animated now? It appears that young Midoriya, after all the time they spent training together, is still a hardcore All Might fan. He looks so energetic as he blurts out questions after questions. Toshinori doesn't even get to answer all the questions. In fact, he has replied to only one, which is about his favorite tea. Young Midoriya, "My boy. Breathe." The boy freezes like a deer caught in headlights. Then, slowly his entire face goes red. Toshinori doesn't know whether to laugh or try to comfort the boy that it is okay. He settles for a mix of them both. The hero chuckles at young Midoriya's antics. "It's okay, my boy. I promise you will have the time to ask all those questions." The boy is definitely flustered. "Thank you," he responds shyly. An idea pops up and the hero offers, "Actually, how about you ask me a question and in turn, I ask you one? They can use this to get to know each other more." "Why would you want to ask me questions?" his student asks. "Not that it's a bad thing or something." Is this kid serious? It is like no one has ever wanted to know more about him. Toshinori grasps the boy's shoulder and says, "Of course, I want to. You're my successor. I want to get to know you better." He makes a joke. Also, otherwise, it will be like a one-way interview. The greenette cracks a grin at the joke. "Okay, may I go first?" Toshinori nods. "One for all, is it a result of two quirks, a strength-related one and a quirk that allows itself to be passed on?" The boy continues, "This can be formed by inheriting the quirks of one's parents or by receiving it. Quirk from someone with the ability to take and give quirks." How does this boy know that there is a quirk that can give and take quirks? The older man has to stop himself from physically showing his surprise. "You actually got it right, young Midoriya. It is indeed formed by the fusion of two quirks." He discontinued. This is all the younger one needs to know for now. The kid's fingers twitch as if he is annoyed or more likely, they want something to write in. "Wow. Do you? Oh, sorry, it's your turn. I am curious about what you write in that book filled with codes and sketches." He has been meaning to ask him that one. Green eyes widen. "Oh, you saw that book?" Then the boy mutters to himself, "Of course, you saw the book. You signed it." Rubbing his neck, young Midoriya looks away. It's notes about heroes, their quirks, and some other fascinating quirks. "I write them in code because I don't want anyone to know what I wrote. Some people just," he trails off, eyes darkening slightly, "read them without permission." Toshinori will be lying if he says he is not impressed. But it sounds like someone gave him a hard time because he likes to take notes about quirks. Maybe some classmates? That's great, my boy. I don't understand the code, but the sketches are really good, he praises much to the younger's embarrassment. I'm sure the content will be as good too. Toshinori smiles and moves to give him a head pat. The boy flinches as he hasn't noticed Toshinori's hand coming. Did he overstep? Sorry. It's just dash. The boy cuts himself off. Most people find my analysis and note-taking stalkerish and weird. I'm sure it is because they don't know what you have written. The rest of the evening goes on, and so are the questions. Toshinori now knows that katsudon is young Midoriya's favorite dish, and he likes a particular coffee brand. Along with the fact that he doesn't have many friends his age and apparently he lives alone. Toshinori should definitely spend more time with his successor. He said his mother is elsewhere due to her work. He really hopes that she at least contacts her child every now and then. Young Midoriya must be lonely all by himself. Soon enough the sun is just barely over the horizon. Toshinori sends the boy back home with a reminder to take care of himself. A strange feeling blooms in his chest. He is glad to know young Midoriya. The green-haired boy writes in the leather-bound book about the events that have transpired at the beach. He feels a bit bad that he stole some time with All Might from Izuku, or rather Hikurai. It feels a bit off to not be able to play with his hair while writing. Maybe he can convince Izuku to grow his hair out. Considering that one time Ryu changed the hairstyle that resembles his without telling anybody, this is a better way to go about it. It was strange times. Mizuki was so upset that when she saw the hairstyle. Ori got made fun of because of that at school too. Anyway, Koshiro got sidetracked again, didn't he? He thinks the older boy knows that it is Koshiro that snatched the spot from him since he is the only one who is capable of that. But he just couldn't help it. It was the perfect opportunity to get to know All Might and train together with him. The one and only symbol of peace. Sorry, not sorry. He has to know more about One for All too. And he was actually right about the reduction of the time All Might spends as a hero. It was affected by his injury. The timeline matches up when considered. Also, he was hoping that One for All and All for One have a connection. But All Might never mention it. Well, he never said otherwise, so his deduction still has the possibility to be true. The pen in his hands drops to the floor as the spot gets taken from him. Koshiro supposes it is only fair that he gets shoved out. Hikurai probably wants it back. Ria hasn't come out in a while too. Koshiro hopes he didn't ruin anything that Support Nerd has planned. If he did, he would be at the receiving end of the older boy's ire. It is a really bad place to be in too. And Hikurai won't even take his side when it happens. Which is fair because Koshiro should know better in the first place and Hikurai doesn't play favorites, maybe except Izuku. Which is also fair. Koshiro opens his eyes to realize that he is in the common room, where an irked Hikurai is waiting. And he is not sitting even. Oh no, the big brother is disappointed. He can feel it coming out of the older altar in waves. He shifts on his feet like a guilty child, his puppy dog eyes full-blown with maximum effect. Hikurai just narrows his eyes more. But it was dash. Koshiro silences himself. Starting off with a but is not an option. The dark-haired boy lets out a long sigh. You know that All Might can't know we exist. I know. Offended that Hikurai thinks he is going to expose them all to All Might, Koshiro raises his voice. Although this is the first time they have to substitute for Izuku during All Might's training, Hikurai has been doing fine in keeping the hero from knowing their condition before he came out. So why can't he too? He knows how to cover it up to an extent. Hikurai is not the only one with brains here. They have been doing this whole thing even before their father got arrested. The older boy's red eyes flash. His low voice echoes around the room when he growls, "Then you must have lost your intelligence to switch in front of him." Hikurai doesn't know what possessed him to say that to the green-haired boy. It is indeed worrying to change who is in the spot in All Might's presence. But he should not have lost control of his emotions over this. Koshiro's intelligence is a remarkable trait. It is the only thing the younger boy is proud of. Hikurai is aware of this. Essentially, his mind is the reason why he exists in the first place. So he doesn't take well to anyone insulting his intelligence. Hikurai knows that he messed up big as light leaves the green. Koshiro's face becomes cold and impassive. His voice comes out equally emotionless. Then you must have been jealous that I am the one who can take the spot from you. Perhaps even paranoid. Then Koshiro turns around and heads back to his own room. Hikurai runs through his perfectly styled hair, which he only does when he is upset. He sits down on the sofa and buries his face into his hands. He must find a way to fix this immediately. Easier said than done. After all, how do one apologize after such an offending behavior? He supposes he should be relieved that Ryu has the spot now. If he had to get out, he's afraid he will only make more mistakes. He adjusts Izuku's blanket and returns to his own room. He needs some time alone to think. The brat's been in the common room for a week, a whole week. Not that Ryu is complaining. He is in the spot now. Each of them gets a day to themselves, except Hikurai sometimes. He goes out at some night as Blaze. Going to school is not a problem because all of them know how to act like the brat. It is so quiet in the room. Just how he likes when tinkering with his gems. By gems, he means his gadgets, of course. And also, to resume his train of thought, Ryu has always wondered why Hikurai can't talk to him as well as Koshiro from the common room. Normally he wouldn't be thinking about these kinds of things when tinkering with this voice imitator or any kind of device. But his interest in the device is slipping a bit. Surely he can excuse this once. It doesn't have anything to do with the order in which Izuku created them. Hikurai is the first one, having been created back when Izuku was around. Koshiro has been with Izuku for the second longest. If what Ryu knows is right, the nerd starts being around a year later than Hiki. The third is actually Mizuki, a couple of months before their father was captured. Next is Ryu. Owari is the last one. Then, Izuku started to notice the memory gaps and Hikurai began convincing the alters to let their host know. So no, it doesn't have anything to do with the order at all. Actually, he has an idea that it is actually because of the dynamics of their system. Although Owari and Mizuki are significant alters, their nature forbids them actual full control. Ryu doubts any of them even has actually full control. So, he concludes that Hikurai has the biggest part of the control of their system. That's why he can see what's happening most of the time. That's why he can talk with the ones at the front, except Koshiro and Ryu. He also sometimes loses the ability to view the outside world when either of them takes the spot. Koshiro can snatch the spot from Hikurai if he really wants to. It is a special trait that only he possesses. Ryu has one, but the others don't know it. It takes up so much concentration. Speaking of their system, Owari is the weariest one among them. He has once said that his room has a door that leads to another room, which is a mix of a library and an archive. Ryu suspects it is where all their core memories are. Core memories as in their very first memories. To his knowledge, there are 9 rooms. The common room where Hikurai often is, their own rooms which are connected to the common room, a kitchen for Mizuki to cook and bake, the library that only Owari can enter, and another lounge where the 5 of them sometimes sit down and talk. Not Izuku though, he is never awake when he appears in the common room. There are also 2 doors leading outside, one into a backyard garden and another to a forest. He hasn't explored much though. Therefore there may be more. A snap suddenly rings out in the guest room, their mother's formerly filled room, which he is currently using as a studio. Fitting as he had to make this device because of her. His left eyebrow twitches as he discovers that he has broken a delicate part of the voice changer machine. A part of which he will have to go across the town to buy the replacement. This is why the no thinking while tinkering rule exists, idiot. Ryu shouts because it's his apartment and he can. The only comforting prospect of this is that the convenience store where the brat works is on the way to the shop. He glances at the clock, the only intact one in the whole apartment. He will have to pay a visit to the tech shop in 2 hours if he wants to make it to the store in time for the brat's shift. Oh well, he still has time. Might as well look through some technology forums. When the time comes, Ryu makes his way to the train station. The train is not that packed. So, he actually gets a comfortable place to sit without being near anyone. He hates crowds with a passion. He finds it a bit surreal that the younger boy has access to those memories, which have to be varying levels of trauma. And trauma is the last thing Owari needs. Or Ryu supposes more trauma. In his opinion, Owari has an unstable mind. He is self-destructive. Ryu has seen the scratches he leaves on the wrists and the neck after a particularly bad episode. Hikarai's scolding is the only thing that is preventing more serious injuries. They can't have scars on such a visible place as wrists. Not that it makes it okay to be somewhere that can be covered though. Owari also suffers from insomnia. Moreover, the boy doesn't realize that the bullying he is subjected to is the furthest thing from normal. He sometimes even has panic attacks, for God's sake. He's sounding like a therapist. All of them have trauma though. Otherwise, Ryu doesn't think there would have been many chances of them being created. The main cause of their existence is the experiences that Izuku couldn't handle. Time flies when one is deep in thought apparently. Ryu steps off the train he took to the red light district where the shop is. He is wearing a black beanie over his vibrant and easily noticeable green hair. What he would give to have dark hair. Another addition to his appearance is a single earring on his left ear. Nothing too fancy, just a black stud. Yes, they actually decided to get piercings. Both for Ryu and Mizuki. The dark gray hoodie he's wearing does well to fend off the wind. Ryu wouldn't mind if it didn't too. He likes windy days. Elements have always fascinated him. This is the reason why he likes to hang out near the fireplace. The red light district is not the very best of environment, he will admit. But it is the place that sells things he can actually afford. The paying system is interesting here too. For starters, you can pay in favors or information, which is neat, but not set as the one who receives the payment can decide whether to accept it or not. But there is an unspoken rule that measures what owes how much. He walks along the familiar paths and reaches his destination. A jingle rings out as he pushes the door open. Nodding to the shopkeeper, he makes a beeline to the section where his desired items are. It is good to have some money saved up. He hasn't sold anything for a while now. Then again, it's not like he spends all his time building and inventing. He finishes his business quickly. However familiar he may be with the store and its neighborhood, he doesn't want to spend any more time unnecessarily. A pair of red contact lenses and his non-prescription glasses may be covering what he really looks like. But he doesn't want to test fate, thank you very much. Someone runs into him, on the side where he is carrying his materials. Watch where you're going, Beach, he grounds out, annoyed. After all, who wouldn't be annoyed at the risk of breaking their things that they just purchased? The girl just gives him a wide smile, her canine showing. The twin buns actually make her look like a cute little schoolgirl. Appearances can be misleading, he knows. He can't help but think she is nice to the eyes. Well, the girl starts off with a sweet voice. Clearly, you are doing that for me. Ryu is not dealing with this. Dim in his teenage hormones. After a scowl and quick paces, he is now on his way to the convenience store for the brat's shift. A thought of visiting a certain bar crosses his mind, but he isn't in the mood now. Besides, he has been there only once and he hated that place. No need to find himself in another situation where he is annoyed. He'd rather go to his employer's place than that dark bar. Midoriya, there you are. The part-timer before him greets. Just in time. I will leave you to it. He didn't comment about his different appearance. It is not the first time one of them has to come here instead of the brat. Ryu nods back, already heading to change into the uniform, which is just an apron with the store's logo on it. Then he sits down behind the cashier. He'd very much rather immediately fix the voice changer. This is going to be a long day. It's been 10 days since Izuku last occupied the spot. While it is not the longest, 10 days is a bit rare for the green-haired boy. Oh, and it's been 10 days since Hikarai last talked with Koshiro too. The tension in the air is tangible as they meet in the lounge. Just like they have been doing for years due to Mizuki's request. She will bake cookies and then she will pester them all into having tea with her. Or sometimes, she will make meals or ramen, depending on Owari's mood. However, he'll admit it is a good tradition. The meetings actually feel like an outing with siblings. They are having one currently, albeit without Owari because he is currently at the front and trying to sleep, which the poor boy rarely succeeds. Hikarai glances across the room at Koshiro, who is clearly enjoying the cookie of the day. It is his favorite kind, the gingerbread one. He thinks the girl made them on purpose. She doesn't like when they have disagreements. And she urges them to talk it out when they do. The boy is twirling the strands that escaped from his ponytail as he babbles what he knows about All Might's quirks so far to Rio. All Might didn't have time to talk with them after that first time. Hikarai supposes it will be easier both for Izuku and for them. He isn't missing any bonding time with his predecessor. He notices Mizuki giving him looks. Sighing and giving himself a pat on the back internally, he slowly inches toward the green-haired boy who tenses and stops talking. Hikarai clears his throat and addresses the other boy who seems amused. Ryu, can you give us some time to talk? Ryu shrugs and moves away. Hikarai can feel two sets of eyes on both of them. Of course, Owari and Mizuki are looking. Koshiro, Hikarai starts awkwardly. Koshiro just responds the same way, blank-faced. This is going to be hard, isn't this? He continues, shall we go to the garden or somewhere else? You can talk to me here, so why not just stay in the lounge? Hikarai can absolutely see the mirth in the other boy's eyes. He probably has a plan, that intelligent boy. Hikarai does not know whether to smile with pride or wince. Lowering his tone so that those noisy brats don't overhear, he says, well then, it's fine I guess. Koshiro is making him feel so awkward and the boy knows it. He supposes he deserves it. I wanted to apologize. I never intended to say such words. Although All Might finding out about us will indeed be problematic, I should have used better words. There he goes. It is not too difficult now, is it? The younger of the two is still not responding, clearly considering the apology. Then he gives a sigh. Not gonna lie, what you said hurt. Koshiro rubs his neck, looking down. I was out of line too. Koshiro looks up again. Is it just Hikarai or are those puppy eyes? Oh God. Why is that boy giving him that look? So, I'll forgive you if you'll forgive me? Koshiro says. Hikarai blinks, his senses ringing alarms in his head. Is he going to ask for another All Might hoodie? Or the newly released one of Hawk's? Okay, I am sensing an and here. Koshiro adds sheepishly, and maybe when Izuku goes out again, may I get some time with All Might? There it is. Of course, that's what he asks. Hikarai resists the urge to run a hand over his face. He needs to stay collected. I'll see what I can do about it. Ask Izuku directly though. Because it is his mentor that Koshiro wants to spend time with. The younger boy beams and proceeds to hug Hikarai. Strangely, Shoyuta is the first one on the roof. Has the vigilante run into something? Or more importantly, why is he worried for the rascal anyway? Sho admitted. You care. Actually, he doesn't. Hisashi can shove his theories somewhere else. Sure, the kid says that he is 17, but he doesn't look like it. He is even shorter than his first years. If he is lying about his age, what about his home situation? We are faring fine, Eraserhead. It's not like we are homeless. Does the problem child have siblings? Is he the only one looking after them? Where are his parents then? There are a lot of question marks. Shoyuta doesn't like it. Yo, Eraser. Fancy seeing you here. The vigilante drops down near Shoyuta. He makes it sound as if they haven't been meeting here for almost a year after all the chasing the hero had to do. Shoyuta gives him an unimpressed look. You're late. The shorter of the two pops open the juice pouch. Please. I'm not one of your students. Blaze dares to give him a carefree smile. Shoyuta deadpans. I had to save a drunk businessman from potential robbery. The kid says. Poor guy. He will have one hell of a headache tomorrow. Shoyuta huffs. You should have been one, you know. One of my students. The other becomes still before resuming as if he never stopped. Is that a compliment, Eraserhead? Pun. Then he shrugs. UA doesn't accept 17-year-olds with a vigilante history as of first year. He says something else after that, but it is too soft for Shoyuta to hear. What is it? Blaze just gives him a wide smile. Nothing. They stay silent for a while. After some time, the vigilante tries to start the conversation again. I'm not Dash, only to trail off. Shoyuta waits for the kid to make up his mind. Clearly, his hesitation shows that it is important. He may get some new information about him. I can't be a hero. That is not what he was expecting. But well, he can understand why the kid would think like that. After all, there must be a reason why he is a vigilante instead of a hero. Did the problem child fail the entrance exam or something? With his quirk, it is not possible though. Why not? A rare sigh escapes from the vigilante. Let's just say I'm not exactly normal. I can't do whatever I want. Plus, one is enough. It sounds like there is a hero or a hero hopeful in the kid's family. Can they not afford training? What do you mean, not normal? Shoyuta presses his luck. Since it is lucky that the vigilante is telling him this in the first place. The kid doesn't lit any information slip. If he is saying something then, it is only because he wants Shoyuta to know. Blaze is red. Eyes seem sad but content at the same time. No. We both know I'll not be answering that. Shoyuta and the police have searched teenagers with red eyes and fire quirks thoroughly. Trust him. They found no one who matches the description. Color contact lenses are a thing, so they concluded that red is not his eye color. They stay there a little longer before going separate ways. Shoyuta just hopes the vigilante will open up someday. The kid certainly deserves help. And training, because he is not letting that much potential go to waste. Not even Nedzu stands in the way of Shoyuta and potential. But knowing the rat, the underground knows that his boss will also be interested in Blaze. He opens his eyes, his world a little foggy. Blinking to chase it away, he looks around to see where he is. Apparently, he has been standing in front of a row of Hawk's hoodie, the newest edition. Pain throbs behind his eyes. Izuku must have dissociated and now he's back. He wonders how long it has been since he released the spot. Good afternoon, Izuku. It's been 12 days, Hikirai tells him. That's a long time. Izuku wonders what happened with training with All Might, or as the hero insists, Yagi. He is going to read their journal as soon as he gets home. Doing so is absolutely necessary as he doesn't want to say something wrong and dumb in front of his mentor because he doesn't remember a thing. What if All Might realized what he truly is? Not that he would hold that against his companions, but One for All is the only way to become the hero he wants to be. Izuku wants people to feel safe by his very presence. He wants to be someone that society can rely on. He wants to save people ignored by others and the law. For that, being an underground hero just won't do. They have their own achievements and benefits, but he doesn't want to hold his dream in his palm only for it to get away from him again. So, he does everything he can. Alright, time's up, young Midoriya. Yagi announces. It's only been 12 days, but a remarkable improvement can be seen in the boy's strength. The beach is cleaner than it has been. He is closer to his dream than he has been. After Izuku has completed his stretching routine, he sits beside the older man on the bench. Are they going to spend some time together like Koshiro wrote they did last week? Yagi gives him a smile. It makes Izuku feel like he has done something right. Only 1 month and a half and you are looking better, my boy. Yagi smiles wider. Guess I am not an inadequate teacher after all. Izuku reassures the man, Yagi-san, don't say that. You are a good teacher. Better than my teachers at school. His frantic hand-waving is making a comeback. He hasn't done this for a while. Well, he doesn't take well to compliments. He rarely gets one from other people besides his alters. Now, isn't that depressing? They sit there for a while in silence, the breeze ruffling their hair. Izuku lets his eyes wander off. Then he remembers what he is supposed to do. Brushing a stray curl that is poking at his eye, he searches his yellow backpack. He started bringing it to the training sessions so that he could carry the necessary things. Finding what he's after, he faces his mentor. Was it just like this with that first time with Koshiro? I baked vanilla cookies and thought I'd share these with you. Izuku feels bad claiming others' work. Boys. She should be the one giving All Might these. The hero looks at the cookie packet in his hands with wide eyes. Then, chuckling apologetically, he says, My boy, they look absolutely delicious. But I'm afraid my stomach cannot handle them. Izuku lets out a disappointed no. He can feel that both Hikirai and Mizuki are at the front, or from their perspective, in the common room. Mizuki is probably as disappointed as he is, considering it was her who baked them for Yagi. Cookies and most of the sweets are restricted for me ever since I lost my stomach, Yagi explained. Izuku replies in a small voice, I should have asked first, Yagi-san. He awkwardly rubs his neck. You made these with your mother when she came back home? Oh no. How does Izuku answer this? Just like he has all these times, of course. It was just me. She doesn't come home that much. A forced but polished to perfection laugh gets out of his mouth. She's busy, you see. Something flushes through the man's eyes at his answer. Well, baking is an amazing hobby, my boy. All Might claims. If I may, I can take these to my office to share with my people. Mizuki is probably beaming as the man takes the packet. She has even tied it with a red and blue ribbon. All Might themes. Judging from Yagi's raised eyebrows, he has noticed this little fact. Hikurai remarks that Mizuki wants him to ask the older man his dietary restrictions for the future. Izuku knows she will make something delicious even if the restrictions are strict. They wanted to make something for All Might. The man doesn't look like he has a family. At least, he never talks about them if he had. Being the symbol of peace must be time-consuming. Hikurai has said once. So, they wanted to make him treats or something, not the overly expensive ones, of course. It is the only thing Izuku can do to thank Yagi for training him besides giving his all to being a hero. Besides making the man proud. Izuku requests his mentor to tell him more about what he can consume. He does wonder, however, which kind of villain wounded All Might to this extreme. Izuku, you should ask All Might about it. Not now, of course. Hikurai pauses. There might be an unsolved story about that fight. I do hope it is not the case, though. You are sticking to the schedule, right? Yagi suddenly asks. Izuku's attention immediately snaps to his mentor. You almost fell over twice that day, young Midoriya. The green-haired boy sweats a big question. It was nothing, Yagi-sen. I promise I take better care of myself. After chatting for a while, Yagi has to go back to finish his paperwork. Izuku gazes at the colorful sky as the hero fades from a dot in the sky into nothingness. The sun is almost set. Izuku should hurry home. Time flies and Izuku and his alters find themselves settling into a routine after 8 months of training with the #1 hero. Due to All Might's aim to pass American Dream Plan, their body gets into better shape. Izuku can now lift up heavy things with ease. Not to mention becoming swift and flexible from all those spars and yoga sessions. The beach is almost clean. He's only got a pile or two of trash to haul. The boy can't help but feel giddy as he stares into the sea beyond. It's been only 8 months and his mission is almost complete. Toshinori, as the older man gave Izuku permission to call him after about 5 months of training him, has admitted that he didn't expect Izuku to finish this soon. Izuku has been trained in swimming and also weightlifting for muscle building. His mentor has also been tutoring on self-defense and boxing. Martial arts are not included in his fighting style. Therefore, Izuku knows Toshinori can only teach him how to properly throw a punch or dodge. However, the older man has said something about connecting an old teacher or something. Although he promised the hero that he will take care of himself, he collapsed a few months ago. He hasn't been sticking strictly to the plan. There was also a financial problem because their saving hit rock bottom for about a week. He was berated, of course, even with tears and smiles. But I have to give my all. To be a hero like you. Izuku said through tears. My boy, I admire your determination, but self-care and pacing are important, Toshinori lectured. Okay, young Midoriya. I will modify your plan to suit you better. And the boy supposes the plan suits him perfectly as the beach is almost clean even though it's only 8 months and the estimated time is 10 months. Having someone who trains him and also looks after him is nice. Sure, Hikurai is someone Izuku can count on, but he's not an adult himself. When Izuku is not in the spot on the training days, Hikurai or Koshiro would take it instead. He is glad that they can know Toshinori too. Hikurai still sometimes forgets to call the man by his first name instead of his surname. The older alter can be uptight and too formal sometimes, even though he is sassy around the people he knows or if he's in vigilante mode. Izuku is pretty sure Koshiro knows more about the workings of One for All than Toshinori himself at this point. He has also got a lot of info about the hero's fighting style. He will have to discuss the application of One for All with the quirk enthusiast when he receives it. Mizuki actually put together a rather tasty cookie recipe for Toshinori despite his dietary restrictions. The first time they were going to gift it to the man, she has actually claimed the spot. But other times, she just stays at the front, with Hikarai. The surprise and wonder in Toshino's eyes after taking a bite still make the girl brighten up with pride. Thank you, young Midoriya. It's been years since I had a cookie. And that is exactly how he finds himself delivering cookies and other recipes Mizuki has cooked up to the man. The girl even made him memorize the recipe and how it is healthy and perfect for Toshinori so that he would be able to explain it to the man. Ryu doesn't really interact with the mentor though. But he is the one Koshiro babbles to when he goes on a muttering spree about All Might. Ori is still wary of the man. Toshinori tends to express his affection physically. Izuku suspects this is because of his time in American. In Japan, it is rare to show affection in public. Ori is not a fan of physical interaction, so the man sometimes freaks the boy out. Even though it is mostly head pats and hands on his shoulder. He is doing his best to stay collected and act like Izuku though. For that, Izuku is grateful to the other boy. He is grateful to every one of his companions. He tries to grab another piece of trash from the last pile, but why does he keep missing? He turns to look at what the matter is. There's nothing left. He finished it. Hikarai is chuckling. The sound is filled with pride and warmth. He did it. He looks around amazed although he wishes Toshi. Young Izuku. A booming voice calls his name. There he is in his hero form. Talk about good timing. Is fate on his side for today? It was because Izuku told the man to call him by his name that he also permitted the boy to address him by his. Oh goodness. You did it, my boy. Tears find their way out of his eyes. He can't help but shed happy tears. It's been so long since he does so. His mouth automatically forms a wide grin. Izuku must have looked ridiculous, covered in dust, sweat, and tears and smiling like a lunatic. Toshinori. I just finished it before you came. Izuku lets out a laugh. I can't believe I did this. I finally did it. His mentor offers him a high five with both hands which he enthusiastically returns. I saw everything, my boy. The hero has actually been observing his student from a distance. His feet just stopped when he arrives at the beach to find the boy carrying the last garbage box. He had to stifle his laugh when Izuku blindly went back and picked up the non-existent trash. His successor can be so lost in thought sometimes. And he proceeds to tell Izuku all of that. Izuku is still crying. Hikarai is telling him, how are you still not run out of tears? Good job, Aizu. Toshinori is grabbing both sides of his shoulders and saying how much he is proud of him. It is not surprising at all that he can't still stop his waterworks. He manages to at least reduce it to sniffles and hiccups after a while. Thank you, Toshinori. Thank you so much. Toshinori smiles wider, his eyes also watery. You are the best successor I could ever ask for. You don't have to thank me, Izuku. It is large. Hand pats the green mass fluffy curls on the boy's head. Izuku can't help but wonders if this is how fatherly affection feels. Sorry to just cry so suddenly. You don't have to say sorry too. The older man continues, you cleaned this whole beach in only 8 months. That's so amazing, my boy. He takes out his phone and snaps a picture of Izuku. The boy freezes at the sudden action, shocked. His mentor just motions Izuku to take a look at the phone screen. It is a photo of him back then before they started training. He was so skinny and scrawny. Then, the most recent photo comes into view. Izuku is stunned by how much he changed. Although he doesn't know when he took off his shirt, it makes the comparison more noticeable. His muscles are impressive, nothing like what they used to be. He looks strong. He looks like an actual hero hopeful instead of a quirkless Deku. See? You are not a Deku, never was, never will be. Hikarai confirms it for the younger boy. Izuku is sure his cheeks are going to be stuck forever in a smiling feature, seeing as he can't stop smiling the whole evening. Toshinori and Izuku spar some more for the rest of the training PRD. Then, to celebrate that Izuku cleaned the beach, they also take a selfie together on the beach, Toshinori giving him bunny ears. Izuku sets the photo as his wallpaper for his phone. He kinda feels guilty to make his photo the wallpaper of their phone. Don't worry about it. I'm sure they will let it be for about 2 weeks. Hikarai says. Then, Toshinori insists, "Young Izuku, how about we have dinner together to celebrate?" The hero is free this evening. Izuku is strangely lucky. One may wonder if fate is making up for what the future holds. If it is not too much of a bother, Toshinori. Izuku gives him a grateful look. They haven't had any restaurant food for about a year now. Izuku wishes he could share this with his alters. But it is fine because they have Mizuki. They agree to meet up in a local diner not too far from the newly debris-free beach park at 7. Izuku waves at his mentor as they go back to their respective places. They enjoy the time there. The next morning, Toshinori is already at the beach, waiting for him. Izuku greets the man with a "good morning" as he peers up at the other who is gazing at the ocean. Toshinori smiles warmly at him, "Good morning." He sighs, looking back at the ocean again. "Beautiful, isn't it? Now, people will be able to see this because of your hard work." Izuku looks around, taking in everything he can see. The view is indeed breathtaking and the air fresh with a salty scent. A familiar hand squeezes his shoulder. "You are now ready to inherit my power." Izuku knows he has blocked Hikurai out, not hearing a thing the altar might be saying. He is too absorbed in this moment. The moment he has been looking forward to for 8 whole months. But he can't help but second-guess what's happening. To Toshinori, "Are you sure I'm the one to succeed you?" The shaded blue eyes widen before hardening again. Izuku starts biting his lip in worry, averting his eyes. "Izuku, look at me please." He does as told to. It is rare for his mentor to use just his first name with the young prefix. The hero continues after he has his student's attention on what he is going to say. "You are such a brilliant young man with the most heroic heart I've ever seen and the best successor I could ever ask for." At this point, the green-haired boy doesn't even bother to try and stop those tears. With a shaky voice, he asks again, "You mean it, Toshinori?" "Yes. You have earned this power fair and square. I won't ever regret this decision, my boy." And then, his mentor does what he has never done. He hugs Izuku and the other boy happily melts into the other's warm presence. Toshinori has given him a lot of head pats and shoulder squeezes. But he has never hugged him. What was the last time Izuku has been hugged? After composing himself and thanking Toshinori, Izuku asks, "So what happens now?" Toshinori seems to be holding his laughter in as well as a bit uncomfortable. He transfers into his hero form, plucks a golden strand of hair from his bangs, and holds it out to Izuku. "Eat this." The boy can only let out an "eh" among 2 voices in his head. Hikurai sounds equally shocked and confused while Koshiro fills Izuku's ears with muttering that apparently consists of the words, quirk, DNA, and blood among other indecipherable strings of words. And that is how Izuku receives a magnificent quirk 2 months before the UA entrance exam. Izuku's Guide to Understanding US. Hello, Izuku. This is Koshiro. I will be introducing you to all 5 of us. I hope even though you are just barely 11 years old, I can make you understand. By the time you are reading this, Hiki has probably explained the basics to you. If you have any questions, just try to call Hikurai or me to the front. I won't say anything about what we tend to do though because I want you to get to know us yourself. This is just a starter. I hope this info is all that you need because I refuse to share any more info. Don't mind if these feel like an analytical report with emoticons though. If you want to know about our triggers, our likes, dislikes, and other personal info, you should ask directly when you talk with them in the journal. It would be insulting for me to just give those all to you on a piece of paper. Hikurai Midoriya. 1. Role in the system. Hikurai is the first alter to be created. And no, you can't ask him about that event. In fact, I suggest you refrain from asking other alters about their creation. This is the best for all of us. He is 3 years older than you, Izuku. That's older than any of us. His main role in our system is the protector. I have speculated that he has the biggest part of control among the 6 of us. Hiki should have explained you what roles are, if not you can ask him to or look it up on Google. _ But he can also be seen as a gatekeeper because he can claim the spot by force. The only way that can prevent him from taking the spot like this is when the situation is in an alter's favor, such as strong triggers or when an alter has a strong desire to be in the spot. Therefore, Hikurai is not completely a gatekeeper personality. He's rather someone with a kind of control over who takes the spot. There is also this fact that I can override Hikurai and shove him out of the spot. Don't worry, I don't do it usually. Carrot. Hiki can view what the one in the spot is doing, or I guess what's happening outside, while in the common room. But sometimes he can't when Ryu or myself is in the spot. There are sudden moments during which Hikurai just can't see. How does he view the outside world? There is some kind of glass window directly above the fireplace. That window shows the view. The others can't see it if they are not concerned with what's happening outside. We just see this magnificent color glass window. Intersection, for example, I will probably see when a hero, let's say All Might, he's my favorite hero, is interacting with you but it concerns about his hero career. Similarly, Mizuki can view the outside world if you are doing something regarding cooking or fashion or grocery shopping. The appearance. Hikurai looks a lot like our father, Hisashi Midoriya. I'm going to describe how he looks so that you can imagine it. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to O. He has dark hair which is side-parted and styled back. In other words, a perfect gentleman hairstyle. His eyes are crimson with tiny golden flecks that glint when he's irritated. I have seen it when he scolds me. Degree. Hikurai is certainly taller than us, Izuku. I think he's got 5 inches on you. He is lean but actually has muscles. He usually wears plain white shirts beneath jumpers and slacks completed with a pair of black shoes. He doesn't any freckles like you though. 3. Pyrokinesis. He is the only alter with a quirk, fire manipulation or pyrokinesis. He can manipulate fire in terms of appearance, temperature, and mobility. However, if there is no existing flame, his quirk is practically useless with nothing to manipulate. Personally, I think it can be used only by him, so I'm afraid it is not your quirk also, Izuku. I sometimes advise him for ideas and moves. Therefore, I have an inkling that when he is in the spot, the body remains biologically quirkless. On the other hand, an erasure quirk can still affect his quirk even though the body doesn't have a quirk factor. You see, Hikurai has run across such quirk on his night outs. And one thing, there is also his vigilante costume. You must have already seen it, I presume? Koshiro Midoriya. 1. Role in the system. It is weird to write about myself. I have been with you the second longest among the 5 of us. I'm roughly around the same age as you, Izuku. I like heroes and taking notes of their fights. Quirks are a subject of interest for me too. So yes, I am your resident hero nerd. Degree. To be honest, I don't fit into a definite role in our system. I actually know things about other alters because I analyzed our system. It is one of my hobbies. I just love to know things about everyone in our system. For also, I have notes on all of us. Therefore, you can think of me as an internal self-helper. But then again, I am not really an internal self-helper because I only know what I have observed so far, not their memories or anything else. I can take the spot from Hikurai when I really want to even without obvious triggers, just like I briefly mentioned above. I haven't tried to shove other alters out of the spot though. So, I still don't know if I can. If I am really able to do so, I will also be a gatekeeper. The appearance. I have freckles like you. For alt intersection. Also, the same green hair which is usually put into a low ponytail. It is messy because some of my bangs aren't that long to be in the ponytail. I don't know where I got my dark eyes though. None of us has them, not even our parents. Currently I'm wearing an All Might young age hoodie. I might change it later when I get out of the spot. I have tons of hero hoodies in my room back in the Mindscape, which will be explained later. I like wearing sweatpants or knee-length shorts and sneakers too. We've got similar builds but you have 2 whole inches on me. It's not fair. Degree. Also, a warning. Touch my notebooks or do something to them and you'll wish you never had a body to touch them in the first place. Don't read my notes without permission, not that you can. They're written in code. Mizuki Midoriya. 1. Role in the system. Mizuki is the only girl among us. Despite being the third one to be created, she is actually a year younger than you, Izuku. I have speculated that she is based on our mother, Inko Midoriya. Therefore, she is probably an introject. But she is not exactly the same as our mother. She cares about all of us. You should know that it is her who has been cooking when she is in the spot. Mizuki can bake too. We have these gatherings in the lounge of the Mindscape, also called Headspace, but we prefer Mindscape, for which she would cook and bake. Carrots. Hence, the caregiver role suits her. God knows how much she cares for the relationships between the six of us. One time she actually made the two who've been fighting hold hands as a punishment. I wonder why she is younger than us while she acts like a mama bear. Some phenomenons are just unexplainable logically. ___. Blue. The appearance. No one has red hair in our family except her. I guess one of our grandparents must have red hair. She has green eyes with long eyelashes. Her face is free of freckles, dots. She likes flowers, so flowery patterns and accessories mainly constitute her wardrobe. She likes dresses in particular. She's around the same height as me. I just realized that Mizuki looks a lot like that one character from Harry Potter series, Lily Evans, which just reinforces the idea that she is probably an introject. Are we Midoriya? 1. Role in the system. Ryu came into existence after Mizuki, so he is the second last one of us to manifest. But for some reason, he is older than me, making him the second oldest among the six of us. He likes to explore the Mindscape if he is not locked up in his room, which is basically his support lab. Therefore, for an extent, he is an alter that gathers information about the system layout. Ryu has discovered all the room in the Mindscape, which are our respective rooms, the common room, the lounge, the library, and the kitchen. There are land beyond the building we are in too, he said. He doesn't talk much, but he listens to my rumbles about quirks, heroes, and all that. I guess that comes with being an information scout. Also, Ryu is the one who built that voice changer device that appeared after our mother moved away. Blue. The appearance. Ryu's looks are the same color as Hikari's, but those two can't be more different. His dark hair is short and styled up to resemble spikes. He has red eyes with hints of gold too. But sometimes he wears non-prescription glasses. He was the one who sneaked off and pierced the ears. 4 piercings in each side. At least, Mizuki is happy that she can wear earrings now. Ryu has a certain aesthetic to his fashion sense. But most of the time, he doesn't seem to care what he is wearing. He sticks to dark colors, but he wears hoodies, jackets, t-shirts, sweatpants, slacks, and a beanie when he goes out because he doesn't really like green hair. He's strong, one of the possible benefits of being a support technician, I suppose. He must lift heavy things quite often. Nervous face. Owari Midoriya. 1. Role in the system. Owari is the last one to appear. He's also at the same age as you, Izuku. He is the only one who can go into the library. From what he said to me, it looks like an archive that stores certain memories. Therefore, I'd say he is the trauma holder of our system. Epsilon. He's never specified exactly what is in the archive, but from my observation, he came out emotionally unstable after his first entry to the library. And he has given hints that he knows what our first memories are, meaning he knows the events of our creations. He is not in a good place. He has insomnia, anxiety, depression, and other disorders too. I won't delve into that. You should ask him yourself if you want to know more. Blue. The appearance. There isn't much to say. He is practically your twin, curly green hair, green eyes, freckles, and all that. Smiley face. He has severe dark circles under his eyes though. As for his attire, he doesn't have a certain style. I always see him wearing the same outfit though, sweatpants and jumpers. So, I suppose it counts. Bari has a blanket that he likes to carry around. And oh, please don't do anything to the coffee packet in the cupboard. It's his and he is extremely fond of that brand. For this marks the end of your guide to understanding us. Hikari will be able to explain if there is a term you don't know. Also, you can use this journal to communicate with us if you concentrate enough. But don't try to call all of us or you'll get a massive headache. Start with 1 or 2. I suggest having painkillers nearby. Oh, you must be wondering why we all have the same surname even though we are not related and we are completely different people. This is because we all consider Hisashi and Inko Midoriya our parents. Hope you don't mind, Izuku, for the mindscape. Well, technically it's called headspace, but mindscape is a nice word too. There are altogether 9 rooms and a backyard garden in our building in the mindscape. There is potential to be more rooms, but so far, we have only discovered 9 rooms. All 5 of us have our own rooms. We don't usually go into others' rooms, so I can't say for sure that those 5 rooms are identical. Those private rooms are connected to the common room where Hikarai, and also others depending on the situation, can see what's happening in the outside world. The whole room is quite cozy and there is a fireplace, too, above which is the viewing window I've mentioned above. It is actually the only place you've ever been to. But you are always sleeping when you get here. The lights become dim whenever you are in the common room. Moreover, there is also another lounge where all of us can go to and hang out at all times. The room itself is decorated with enough furniture, large windows, and pale blue wallpaper. It's connected to the common room too. The lounge itself has a door that leads to the garden, my favorite place of the mindscape besides my own room. Although there are not many crops growing, there are indeed a bunch of vegetables and flower beds here and there. I've always enjoyed sitting under the shades of a massive tree in the backyard too. Strangely, there is no front yard. Outside of the building and beyond the backyard is a forest that practically surrounds the building. There is another door that leads directly to the forest. In fact, Ryu is the only one who ventures so far into the forest. He said there may be a beach even as he can taste the salt in the air when he went too far into the forest. We haven't discovered any life form in the forest though. I actually suspect that there is no life form aside from us in this whole headspace. The building also has got a kitchen, good for Mizuki. We don't know where all the food and water comes from, although we always see what we wish to have when we go into the kitchen. Sometimes Mizuki would cook and hold a gathering of sorts in the lounge. The last but not least, there is a library, but only Owari can go through its doors. From what I gathered, it is actually a mix of a library with actual books and an archive with memories. We've been asking him to take out books from it since we can't go there by ourselves. Books are the only thing Owari can take out though. I hope that now you can imagine what the mindscape look like. Bye, Izuku. Sincerely, Kushiro. Bizawa. Come on in. Show you to size. He swears he will find how the rat knows before he even knocks on the door one day. He knows that it's probably the CCTV cameras. Netsu has a ton of them all over the school. But Shoyuta has searched them near the office's entrance, but to no avail. There aren't many visible cameras in the whole school building either. But the creature is always informed about all the happenings at UA. Netsu gestures to the chair in front of his desk. His boss always does that even though he never accepts the invitation to sit down because sitting down makes him feel like he was a high school student all over again. Shoyuta just prefers to stand while talking, thank you. Netsu, I'm sure you received my email. Shoyuta nods to the principal. Netsu is stirring his own cup of tea and then responds, yes, indeed I did. Tea? Shoyuta refuses the offer. Tea is less favorable than coffee for the underground hero. Shoyuta waits for the other to speak first. I was surprised when you submitted a recommendation without knowing the student's name, Netsu says with a glint in his eyes, his signature smile on his nozzle. More so that you even registered a recommendation form for a student in the first place to admit. He has potential, Shoyuta admits. I simply wanted to discuss his situation with you before I actually make the offer. Netsu takes a sip from his cup, a matching set of expensive and elegant silver. The rat bear creature hums. I'm sure he does have potential. After all, he has the wits and means to outrun you for one whole year before eventually forming an alliance with you, Netsu pauses. You also put in good words for his fighting style. Shuta's brow twitches in irritation at the mention of his failure to capture the blasted vigilante. If he accepts this offer, you understand that his vigilante history must be covered up, don't you? I'm sure you find him worthy enough to grant that privilege. Shoyuta needs confirmation before informing the kid about this. Without being assured that he will not be in any problem with the law, the vigilante would never come to the exam. His boss smiles wider. Blaze is indeed fascinating. You say he's 17? Shoyuta nods back. The talent he shows is impressive for a young civilian without proper hero training. Netsu looks like he knows something Shoyuta doesn't. The rat has probably observed the vigilante fight from whatever records he was able to dig up. Everything would be simple if only the rat has footage of Blaze changing costumes or anything that reveals his identity. If only fate is on one side. He has a fire quirk and has the safest and most effective way of using it among all the fire users I know. For God's sake, the kid even managed to make flames heatless. Netsu just gives Shoyuta a knowing smile. The teacher continues, there is also that one time I didn't find any quirk in him to erase. And boy was Shoyuta surprised when that happened. It was the first time such a thing has happened. Everything about the kid screams problem child. Shoyuta has a feeling that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Netsu looks at him with raised brows. Even the rat wasn't expecting that. Intriguing indeed. How is that possible? Shoyuta sighs. My quirk has never malfunctioned before. Unless the kid can switch his quirk factor on and off, it doesn't make sense. Netsu sips his tea again, his eyes showing he is thinking up the ways to explain this. Blaze just became more interesting. Shoyuta agrees. I also have a suspicion that he is financially unstable and that he has other people, younger siblings most likely, to look after. The boy went MIA for almost 5 weeks a few months ago. It was as if the vigilante dropped from the surface of the earth. He didn't come to their meeting spot. He didn't even patrol during that time. Before that, however, the boy's patrol time was decreasing until he stopped showing up. Shoyuta will not admit going to their rooftop hoping the kid will show up by the time he'd been missing for 4 weeks. He will not admit covering more areas thinking he might see the kid. He asked the reason why he disappeared. Blaze has answered that he was too busy to patrol. His boss smiles knowingly. So, you are worried about him? It is said like a statement instead of a question. No, of course not. Well, maybe. It is a hero's job to worry about civilians after all. Shoyuta swears the principal is the only being who can make him contradict and correct himself. Netsu just knows things and the staff of UA or anyone else can't do anything about it. Why do you think the Hero Commission gave him the role of the principal of UA, the top hero school in Japan? I'd say go ahead and offer Blaze a spot, Aizawa. He will make a fine hero. Although Shoyuta technically got what he wanted, he can't help but feel that something bad is going to happen when the vigilante and the principal meet. Shoyuta says a simple, thank you, and exits the office. Now he only has to convince the problem child to attend UA. Well, there is the recommendation exam, of course. However, Shoyuta bets his stash of jelly pouches that the vigilante will ace the test. It is only a couple of days left before Izuku will finish cleaning up the Dagoba Beach Park. Hikurai will be lying if he says he is not proud of the younger boy. They are excited for the moment Izuku reaches his goal, too. Ryu is the least excited, but that boy doesn't really get excited about most things. In fact, Hikurai is, excuse his language, so DMN proud of all of them to pull through these 8 months. There have been disasters, of course. First, there was Izuku's first episode after meeting. Hikurai himself messed up too. He is glad that he and Koshiro are back on good terms. After that, the first 5 months of training with a definite schedule to follow have been downright chaotic to their system. All their initial schedule as to who comes out when was absolutely turned upside down with Izuku needing extra time. They were all stressed without enough time spent in the spot. Headaches were always present no matter who was in the spot. Hikurai even had to shove others out of the spot when the situation called for it. He still feels bad for that. It is difficult to manage it all by himself. But he had to. If not him, then who? He could sacrifice a few patrols in exchange for more time for Izuku. Ryu also had to give some of his inventing time. He couldn't finish an order in time, so they didn't get all the money promised by the chief buyer who usually purchased some gadgets from the boy. It didn't help that Hikurai couldn't snatch up a few wallets of petty thieves on his night outings. Mizuki barely had enough time to bake for Yagi, let alone cook meals for the body or go grocery shopping. Owari kept flinching when Yagi ruffled his hair or put a hand on his shoulder. Even Izuku himself didn't fare well, judging from the fact that the boy actually collapsed once during training, resulting in Yagi adapting the schedule for the younger boy. Those times have been hectic. Then, the solution came after they ran out of all the money they saved up. At that point, they had no choice but to make money. This is Mrs. Midoriya calling. Are you Izuku's homeroom teacher? Yes, I hope you get the email I sent you. There's been a family emergency and we have to travel to Narahata for 1 week. So, I'm afraid Izuku will be absent this whole week. Thank you. I will make sure Izuku studies hard to make up for it. That was Ria's idea to use the voice changer and take the week off. Although he didn't inform anybody about this and Hikurai was sorry that they had to neglect their school for a week, it gave them time to rewind and continue their jobs to make money. It is because of this that Hikurai could return to his vigilante duties. It has been refreshing to see a certain grumpy cat grumbling because Blaze disappeared for more than a month as a jelly pouch tossed by the pro-hero smacked him in the face, which he intentionally let happen. But now, it has been 2 days after the beach has been cleaned. And after Izuku receives one for all just as promised. Hikurai parkours expertly across the roofs as he travels to their rooftop. The wind has actually knocked the hood of his vigilante costume down, exposing the half-head mask underneath. He is actually in his winter costume, which means there is a temperature-regulating layer underneath his normal costume. The vigilante spots Eraserhead on the rooftop. The hero must have arrived there first. He boosts his legs with some flames underneath his boots for speed and more mobility. Panting softly, approaches the hero. Hey! Blaze sits on the edge of the roof, legs dangling. Eraserhead greets back with a nod. The man offers a bag and Hikurai accepts it. He looks into it. A pouch of the mango-flavored jelly and an energy bar look back at him from inside the bag. Thanks for this, Eraserhead. And then he starts drinking it. The underground hero actually replies, "You're welcome." Then, they fall silent sipping their respective drinks. Eventually, they finish their snacks. Eraserhead starts. There are only less than 2 months left before the UA entrance exam. Hikurai blinks and fondles with the plastic wrapping of the energy bar. Why is the man bringing up UA now? Yeah, bet you will be busy when the school year starts, the younger of the two remarks. I hope you are not going to expel all the students again like you did last year. I'll expel them if they don't have an ounce of potential in them. Hikurai grins. That grumpy cat with his search for potential and logical ruses. The man pauses as if contemplating something. Hikurai keeps an eye on him as the other takes out an envelope from one of his pockets. Eraserhead meets his eyes and says, without a trace that he is joking, this is an invitation to the UA's recommendation entrance exam. And the hero holds it towards him as if it is for him. For Hikurai. Hikurai blinks. Twice. He opens his mouth to say something. Nothing comes out. The boy tries again, breathing in to take over the reins of his emotions. May I ask what you mean by this? It seems he is using his usual style of speech. Blaze is supposed to a carefree, childish soul, not someone who speaks so politely and seriously. Which he just did right now. Eraserhead turns towards him and comes near. Then he takes Hikurai's hand and deposits the envelope in it. That means just what it sounds like it does, problem child. But sir, Hikurai pauses as he slipped up and called the hero, before continuing as if nothing happened. The recommendation exam is for those who have been recommended, Eraserhead. No one would recommend for a vigilante. He clenches the white piece of paper with his hand. Then, his red eyes widen as he realizes something. You vouched for me. The man nods. Yes, I see potential even if it is in an unlikely place. Nedzu has agreed to keep your vigilante history all covered up with no punishment or whatsoever. Hikurai's breath hitches. This cannot be possible. All you have to do is to show up at the exam and take it. We can register your name and identification later, Eraserhead continues. With all due respect, he chokes because he is speaking like this again. But, Eraserhead, why do you offer me this? I am 17, not at the age for starting high school. The other raises his brow. Then, are you attending another high school? Hikurai knows he shouldn't have hesitated to answer that question. Eraserhead sighs. Problem child, you certainly are a problem child. A hand squeezes his shoulder. Look, there is a scholarship program too if that's what you are worried about. Should you still need money, you can take a part-time job at night if you don't have time, and certainly only if you can handle yourself suddenly losing some time to sleep. This isn't like Eraserhead. The man rarely shows emotions, let alone physical displays of affection. He is genuinely offering him a spot at UA, isn't he? The hand on Hikurai's shoulder feels warm. Even in the cold, that warmth travels to his chest. When is the last time an older man displayed such nice behavior towards him? Hikurai looks down and stares at the innocent envelope that lies in his hand. He doesn't know what to do, how to respond, or what to think. He now has a chance to be his own kind of hero. Can he really dash? Problem child. The name knocks him back into reality. Hikurai lets out a long breath. There is only one answer he can give to this offer. He of all people should keep this in mind. The boy looks up at the man and first says, "Thank you, Eraserheads. This means a lot." The underground hero nods back, still keeping silent and waiting for his answer. Hikurai continues, "But I'm afraid it's impossible. I can't accept this. It would not be logical to do so." The hand on his shoulder leaves, but not before squeezing it a little. Hikurai finds himself missing the feeling of warmth it gave him. Eraserhead stares at him without showing any emotion. Although Hikurai doesn't want to disappoint the man, it is just plain impossible. "You have to understand, sir." Hikurai supposes he can allow this lapse of acting once. "I am honored that you recommended me, a mere vigilante, for a hero course entrance exam. However, I don't own myself, Eraser." The hero becomes alert as he misunderstood what Hikurai meant. "No, it's not a case of being in debt or anything. My situation," the vigilante trails off, "is complicated. I would have accepted this in a heartbeat if it had been possible." The older man has to believe him as what he said is the truth. Eraserhead puts his hand on Hikurai's hood, giving him a peculiar stare before sighing. "Okay, I understand even though I don't exactly know what your situation is. Just keep the invitation letter. You might change your mind later." Hikurai won't. But he nods anyway. He realizes a beat later that the man has never given him a head pat. Well, this isn't exactly a head pat, but you get what he means. "Kid, you can come to me if you need help. You know that, right?" The vigilante answers, "Yes, Eraser. You gave me your phone number a while ago." The older man withdraws his hand again, nodding. They stay on the rooftop for some time, conversing about their patrol, before saying goodbye to each other. Hikurai is going to go back into his room after he gets out of the spot. It has been a busy night. "Guys, what just happened?" The shaky voice of Owari asks. Ryu squints at the glass window above the fireplace. "What?" he grunts out. Hikurai gives a world-weary sigh, suddenly drained to the bone. "Izuku, that boy never gives him a break, does he? This is probably karma coming back at him for all the gray hair he has given to Eraser." He runs his fingers through his hair, messing it up. The oldest boy states, "Izuku just broke his arm after trying out One for All. After he punched, his whole arm is bruised and broken." Ryo grumbles. The brat shouldn't have accepted that goddamned quirk. Hikurai suspects that the other dark-haired boy is either face-palming or playing with his piercings. "All Might has never talked about anything like that," Koshiro mutters out loud, his hands already taking notes. His hand is broken by the sheer force of recoil after just a punch. I'd say its power is even more than that of All Might's. Which is possible as the quirk analyzer trails off as his muttering becomes softer. Mizuki wears a worried expression. Broken arms take months to heal. "I hope Yagi-san has the wits to take Zuchan to the hospital, or that man will not be getting any of my cookies in the future." All of them are in the common room to see Izuku try out One for All. But only Hikurai and Koshiro are in the front of Izuku's mind. Therefore, Ryu, Owari, and Mizuki can't view the outside world. Which is good for them because angry purple bruises decorate every inch of Izuku's right arm, which is also twisted in the wrong way. Hikurai is sure Yagi realizes that Izuku needs medical attention judging from the horrified expression on his already gaunt face. The poor man looks like he just lost 10 years of his life. Hikurai is sure he did too. The UA gate looms over him intimidatingly. Izuku is just thankful that he got to the school on time. Don't worry too much, Izuku. I'm sure you will manage to get into the UA hero course, Hikurai offers him. However, his words do nothing for Izuku's nerves. All of his dreams depend on whether he can enter the hero course or not. Of course, there are other hero schools. But not only UA is the best of all, but also it is All Might's alma mater. And Izuku still can't use One for All to its fullest. It's either 100% smash and a broken arm or 5% full cowl. The one reason he has thought up a way to use One for All without shattering his bones is that Koshiro helped him. Even though he can use 5% of the quirk, it would not be much against metallic robots though. Oh yes, he knows about the robots. Izuku hopes All Might wouldn't be too disappointed that he gathered some information about the UA entrance exam. Actually, it was Koshiro who did all the work by scouting on some websites. There have been other rumors of course, but the other boy concluded that robots are more likely contrary to the popular belief. He is utilizing all of his resources after all. This is definitely not cheating at all. One wonders how Izuku would feel if he knew that the website Koshiro looked into was the UA's own private website, which means that the alter actually hacked into the server. It has been so easy that the ponytailed boy suspects that the particular piece of information wasn't seriously protected at all. Therefore, he is risking a lot by intentionally stepping into the trap. Nedzu, the high-specs user, probably orchestrated the whole thing. So far no one has come knocking at their door to arrest them. There haven't been any mails about being disqualified either. Hence, the only possible explanation for this is that the principal actually wants someone to use their brains and hack into the server. The rat bear thing probably wanted to see if there is any student who can gather information. Koshiro wonders if other people actually thought to do this. In fact, Koshiro reckons that Nedzu even has info on who exactly hacked into the school's server. And still, the creature is turning a blind eye to this, meaning the risk he took paid off. But Izuku will probably on the principal's radar. Oh well, if push comes to shove, Koshiro can pretend as Izuku while communicating with the rat. He can pull it off really. It would be also great to actually meet the most intelligent individual in Japan. And it's not like this doesn't help Izuku. In fact, it helped a bit. He should know how to detect the robot's weak point, or at least that's what the three of them hope. They even roped Ryu into giving Izuku a few tips. Meanwhile, Izuku startles as a rough voice calls out at him, "Move aside, Deku." He turns to see Kaken behind him. "Oh Kaken, good more dash." The explosive blonde interrupts him, growling at the green boy, "Shove it. Get out of my side or else you're even dead meat," before stomping angrily past Izuku. "Ning, I guess." He sighs. His childhood friend has been mean to him since he was declared quirkless. And how others treated Kaken did not help the boy's superiority complex. I actually think Katsuki also has an inferiority complex. Izuku tilts his head at Hikurai's words as a form of response. He has been so into his mind that he spaced out, and the next thing he knows, the ground is rapidly approaching his face. He really should improve his spatial awareness. Suddenly, he is floating instead of falling, which is later explained to be the work of a girl's quirk. And the brown-haired girl is suddenly talking to him. So, I thought why not help? It's a bad omen to trip and fall. See you later and good luck. By the time Izuku has gathered his wits, the good girl has already left. All Izuku did was stutter. The freckled boy winced. He didn't even thank her. But well, he hopes he will get another chance to talk to the girl. Then comes the written test. Izuku must say that the test is actually not that difficult. All sections but the last one have been finished 1 hour into this 3-hour-long exam. The first question of the last section greets him. Izuku immediately knows Koshiro would take the spot because this is such a thing that concerns the other boy a lot. Although the boy doesn't like one of his companions doing his work in his place, it can't be helped. His awareness is slipping. At least, he can dissociate and surrender the spot peacefully. Koshiro would never mess this type of question up. Koshiro blinks at the white paper. Another blink. As soon as the words on it become clear, he smiles, excited. The question asks the students to analyze a given quirk as well as to come up with a strategy and 2 ultimate moves. He also took note of the time. It seems Izuku spent some time in the dissociating state, but no matter, he can whip up something appropriate with the rest of the exam time. Stars in his eyes, he switches the pen to his left hand. Koshiro is not ambidextrous, unlike Hikurai. In his haste and enthusiasm, he barely remembers to imitate Izuku's handwriting. The boy taps the paper with his pen soundlessly, taking some seconds to organize his thoughts. About half an hour later, Koshiro has written down a detailed answer to the question. Izuku can come out now, he thinks, which later turns to Izuku should really come out now. Actually, Koshiro is certain that that should be written in bold letters. The alter tries to initiate dissociation. However, neither dissociating nor switching is something he can force. Sure, he can shove someone out of the spot and take it himself, but he can't give the spot to others forcibly. Oh no, has he ruined Izuku's chance at the practical exam? No one except Izuku can use one for all. Therefore, without Izuku in the spot, the practical exam will be a big problem. Koshiro tries to contact Hikurai, knowing it is a vain attempt. Oh no, All Might is going to be so disappointed that he takes one for all back. Koshiro can't let this happen. Izuku can't be reached. Hikurai can't be reached. He shouldn't have come out. Trying to calm his breathing not to outwardly show his terror, he flips to another page. Thank goodness this is the end. But then he realizes that Izuku hasn't checked the answer paper for mistakes. What does Koshiro do now? What does he do? He is panicking and hoping for a miracle to occur. But relying on fate and luck is not what Koshiro does, is it? Because fate will never be on his side. With that thought, Koshiro starts to relax and try to get his emotions under control. The first action he should take is to check the others' answers for him. It is the only thing he can do to make up for butting in during an important exam. So, he does just that. After looking for mistakes and correcting the ones due to carelessness and not the ones that Izuku does not seem to actually know, Koshiro glances up at the clock. He has 1 whole hour left. The boy ponders on the second course of action. The logical one would be to try to release the spot again. This kind of problem is not rare, but it should not be happening right now. Koshiro narrows his eyes in thought. What is causing this? It is possible that taking the UA entrance exam itself is a catalyst for Koshiro. Therefore, he should do what others do to give the spot back to Izuku. That is to find somewhere normal and listen to Izuku's favorite song, which will serve as a catalyst in the other boy's favor. This kind of method works for their system, but he has heard of systems that this does not work for. The alter just hopes it works. This is the first time for him. He gathers his things and approaches the teacher, who is, oh goodness, pro-hero Snipe, to submit the answer paper. Howdy lad. You already finished? Koshiro nods, not trusting his voice not to break off and fanboy the hero right in front of him. Okay then. You can stay in the waiting area or the cafeteria until the practical starts. Good luck, the hero replies. Squeaking out a thanks, Koshiro makes his way to a secluded bathroom. He will need peace and quiet for this to work. He enters a stall and takes a seat after shutting the toilet lid. Here we go. First, he regulates his breathing and clears his mind. Switching on the phone and grabbing the earphones from his backpack, he opens the song named Ocean Eyes. Koshiro closes his eyes. 20 seconds into the song, he starts to dissociate. And boy is he relieved to go along with its flow. He would hate to be the one who messes up Izuku's dreams, the one who costs Izuku one for all, a great quirk. Worry and anxiety are crawling into Izuku's mind. He has acquired only 16 points. 5% full cowl is helping him dodge and find the robot's control panel. His knuckles are bleeding a little from punching metal in. Obviously, it is not enough. Obviously, Izuku is not enough. He tackles another student with purple hair as a three-pointer tries to flatten the other boy. Are you okay? The purple boy coughs out an affirmative. Izuku nods and inquires, do you mind if I try to handle this one? Yeah, it's not like I can take it out, the other boy mumbles. Izuku immediately focuses on the robot which is advancing towards both of them. battling his tiredness, Izuku activates full cowl and waits for an opening to jump onto its back where the control center is. It takes a while and loads of dodging, but Izuku finishes it by smashing open the area he's targeting, which is suspiciously easy to break, and ripping out the wires. His hand stings, but what's a little bit of pain when your shot at UA is on the line? The green-haired boy didn't get any more points after that. The time is almost up and he only has a total of 19 points. Izuku can't help but tear up at the thought of failure. No, Izuku, you have to keep calm. He knows he shouldn't be losing his calm now of all times. He knows what Hikurai said is right. A shadow looms over him, over the street he's in. The shadow of the blasted zero-pointer. Apparently, the school's plus ultra style applies to its robots as well. The giant robot wrecks the nearest building. Its overwhelming presence makes everyone in the area bolt away from it. Izuku thinks he saw that blue-haired boy from before running past him. He should probably move his paralyzed body and follow their example. With 19 measly points, Izuku is never going to be accepted at UA. So he also has to gain more points too. His feet start to move, but then he hears a voice calling out for help. His scared green eyes fall onto a figure stuck under the debris from destruction. It's bad omen to trip and fall. Before Izuku knows, he is already sprinting towards her, the zero-pointer closing in on them. Can you move? No, I'm stuck. And I've overused my quirk too. Izuku pauses. His mind is silent except for his own thoughts of panic and desperation for a plan. He has blocked off Hikurai again, hasn't he? No focus. The girl can't move. The robot is only a few meters away. There is only one choice for him now. Power surges through his veins as he jumps. Clenching his buttocks just like Toshinori advised, he delivers a smash to the robot. Pain explodes together with the point of impact. The robot falls and so does Izuku. His right arm and leg are flapping uselessly at his side. The fall is so high that as soon as he lands, he'll be nothing a splatter on the ground. He can't very well die even before getting into the hero course now, can he? The adrenaline does nothing to ward off the agony he's in, but Izuku must think of a way to survive. Of all times to block off his alters. The ground is fast approaching. An idea comes into his mind. What if Izuku times it right and break the fall with another punch? He will have to resort to this. It's either his remaining arm or his life. Then a hand slaps him in the face. The velocity of the fall slows down until he is hovering just above the ground. Just like he has been when the girl prevented him from tripping. After a moment, the effect of the quirk disappears and he plops down on the ground. Another spike of pain shot up as he lands on his bad foot. He immediately tries to sit up, which is only possible with the help of his two functioning limbs. Izuku has a feeling that if there weren't about 2 months to get used to the quirk and more training with Toshinori, both his feet would have been shattered. He will have to train more until he can handle this power that the man blessed him with. The girl he tried to save is on a block of stone. Izuku winces in sympathy as the girl heaves another round of vomit. Are you okay? She just gives him a thumbs up. Why Izuku even asked her that, he doesn't know. How can the girl speak while retching? Alright, the time's up, listeners. This is the end of the practical exam. Present Mike exclaims. If injured, please seek out our dear recovery girl's help. Dread piles in Izuku's stomach. He couldn't even obtain 20 points. He is going to fail, isn't he? Izuku? Can you hear me now? Hikurai's voice rings in his ears. Izuku lets out a hum. All he can see is the gray cement that he's currently sitting on. No. Izu, you know 2 switches in one day is not good for you. Stay with me. Hikurai insists softly. But Izuku knows that he knows it's just a futile effort. Dissociation is not something you can control sometimes. Sure, there are some ways to prevent one, but the younger boy thinks this one is not what they can postpone. He's bone tired, both physically and mentally. So he gratefully succumbs to his instincts. And the spot goes to Hikurai. The older alter squeezes his eyes shut. He questions how Izuku has insane pain tolerance. Because pain is flooding all of his senses. The already blooming headache also does nothing to ease the pain. He makes out a voice asking if he can move his leg. Opening his eyes and being relieved at his improved eyesight, Hikurai spots who he knows to be Yue's recovery girl. I think I broke both my arm and leg, recovery girl. The older woman tooted, Midoriya, you really should stop breaking your bones with your quirk. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. After a few more warnings to be more cautious, she heals him. The boy lets out a sigh as the pain fades away. But apparently, it is at a price because he feels like he is going to fall asleep just right there. From what Hikurai remembers, the healer's quirk uses 1 stamina to fasten the healing. Well, fatigue is better than 2 broken limbs. Here are some gummy bears, dear. He thanks the woman before accepting the treat. Then, the nurse makes her way towards the girl who saved Izuku. Hikurai can feel his hair going gray because of what has happened today. If not for Izuku's sake and if he hasn't been blocked by Izuku, Hikurai would have seized the spot and used his quirk to prevent the body from going splat on the ground. Then again, if he did that, their situation would have been exposed. Good lord, what are they going to do with these life and death situations that come with being a hero? Even though Izuku isn't even a hero, the danger is following him like a shadow. That is all Hikurai can think about on his way to the apartment, not even responding to Katsuki when he taunted the altar. It can be excused even though Hikurai rarely gets lost in his own thoughts. It's not like he can be blamed. Hikurai can also be worried and distressed, can he not? Especially if fate is not on their side. Sighing wearily, he throws himself to the sofa as soon as he can. They really have a long journey ahead of them, don't they? Nedza likes to read the answer to the last question of the heroics written exam immediately after the written exam is finished. It gives him opportunities to see whether this year's batch will be interesting or not. Already he has his eyes on a certain teenager who visited UA with all might that one time. Nedzu has been pleasantly surprised when the symbol of peace stepped on the UA grounds without any prior appointment. Although All Might is always welcomed at UA, the man rarely shows up unannounced. Zooming into the hero's image on the screen, the principal wonders if it has something to do with the green-haired boy in All Might's arms, who is later discovered to be unconscious with his right hand twisted into an impossible angle. Has All Might chosen a successor already? The number 1 hero seems to be very familiar with the boy. Nedzu can see the genuine worry in his eyes. Recovery Girl can patch up the young boy in no time. That must be the reason why All Might is at UA now. The creature smiles, looking at the boy's appearance closely. Plain looking but muscular. The hero has trained the boy already. There is also a chance that the boy was already training before he met All Might, of course. Perhaps it would be a great choice to go down to the Recovery Girl's office and meet the boy in person. Or not. He will just text All Might to come around for tea after the boy wakes up. After all, they haven't caught up with each other for a while. And talking with the symbol of peace has always been pleasant. Nedzu has a feeling that there is more to the boy than that meets the eyes. Now, let's see if he can pull out the boy's personal info with just his appearance alone. It shall be an interesting way to pass the time. The boy's records are easy for the creature to find, and after reading the contents, Nedzu certainly has a meeting to really look forward to. Interesting indeed. Exactly 47 minutes have passed when All Might shows up at his office door with a green-haired boy in tow. He has to admit the boy's fashion sense is as interesting as the boy himself. So, he says out loud so. The shirt has a printed text saying, training shirt. Nedzu should stop reviewing that memory once again. He puts down the paper he is reading, the essay on it being really boring. It is probably why his mind brought up an entertaining memory. Midoriya Izuku, the formerly quirkless student of the Aldra Middle School. Also, the son of Midoriya Hisashi, aka the villain dragon. The 9th successor of One for All. Meeting with the boy has been enlightening indeed. All Might straight up introduced him as his successor. However, the boy could benefit from more self-confidence. Nedzu suspects that his formerly quirkless status is in the way of that. That will be just another thing for the creature to guide him. Also, it seems that One for All isn't adjusting to the boy very well. Midoriya can only use 5% of it. Any more than 5%, he gets quirk-induced injuries. Up to this very day from what All Might said. Hence, the principal is looking forward to seeing how the boy will fare in the practical exam against robots. Oh, he has been ecstatic to find out that All Might's perfect little innocent successor hacked into his system. Maybe his father taught him a thing or two. Nedzu has turned a blind eye on him, of course. He has been waiting for his system to get hacked into for more than 3 years now. Although it is not the hardest to break in, it will take some effort, bravery, and common sense. After discovering that, the level of intrigue that Midoriya can give Nedzu has just gone up. Then when Nedzu has gotten his paws on the Midoriya's answer paper, the principal starts cackling with absolute glee. Can someone guess why Nedzu is laughing his maniac laugh? Midnight has just entered the staff office. It is chilling to be immediately met with her boss's laughter upon her arrival. Cemento sweat drops. He's reading the essays. Must be a particularly interesting one. Nedzu stops abruptly and smiles slightly at the teachers in the room, who are wearing various expressions of discomfort, even All Might. Raising the paper in his paw, he proudly declares, "Here is the essay that has got the highest score this year. Written by one Midoriya Izuku." Surprise flashes across Yagi's face, which then morphs into pride mixed with a slight uneasiness. The rat-bear creature can't help but laugh again. Distantly, he noticed that the more he cackles, the more worried his staff becomes. Oh no, he's already got plans for the poor boy, hasn't he? Someone whispers. Aizawa takes the paper from Nedzu. If this essay has the rat's approval, it will be worth reading. Scanning the whole essay for important points, he notes that this student actually gave logical and reasonable yet creative ways to use the quirk from the question. The tired teacher knows that he will be keeping an eye out for the kid during the practical. So does the principal as he smiles happily at Aizawa. Nedzu will not let this boy's potential go to waste. Now, all that's left is the practical part of the exam. He really hopes that the boy passes it. Otherwise, he will have to wait until the boy transfers into the hero course after the sports festival. However, upon further thinking, he realizes that the training he has in mind doesn't really require Midoriya to be a hero in training. As long as the green-haired boy is in UA, he will be able to have tea with Midoriya in some of his school PR dis. Who's going to know what they are discussing over tea? It's not like he is giving the boy personal lessons on world domination. His staff is going to be suspicious though. It's been a few years since he has taken interest in any particular student. In the future, a hero with great power and also a greater mind will be just what society needs. Nedzu would rather stop drinking his favorite tea than pass up an opportunity like this. True to his prediction, the practical exam is indeed entertaining. Midoriya has got 19 points, not sufficient to pass the exam. But those are only villain points. The boy has actually received 15 rescue points, 7 for the first rescue and 8 for the recent one. Sadly, however, it is still not enough to pass the exam. The lavender-haired boy he rescued has got an amazing quirk too. At times like this, Nedzu is reminded of the unfortunate disadvantage of the entrance exam. Indeed, he has been making a request to the Hero Commission to administer adjustments. So far the Hero Commission has not hired some brains. Examinee 5680. Hitoshi Shinso has got a brainwashing quirk. Surely you realize it is not that useful for taking down robots? Aizawa grumbles. Nedzu has anticipated his annoyance at the bias towards physical quirks that the exam clearly shows. This is why we should modify the practical exam. Nedzu calmly pours more tea into his cup. Indeed, Aizawa. Now if only the Hero Commission acknowledges this simple fact. The cameras are really showing the green-haired boy's panic as the time runs out minute by minute. The creature checks the exact time, smiling slightly as it is indeed time to release the 0-pointers. Now, what will little Midoriya do? Will he save more people and get more points? Or will he turn tail and run? Certainly, there are many outcomes as to how this would have turned out. Nedzu will admit that what Midoriya did surprised him a bit. He saved that girl even though he knew he still needed more points. He saved that girl even at the price of his limbs. He saved that girl without even knowing that the rescue points are a thing. On the principal's left side, All Might is beaming, albeit with obvious worry and relief, as the boy managed to refrain himself from falling to his death but still got a broken arm and a broken leg. The hero must be proud of his successor too. The teachers have quickly agreed on a certain number of points to reward Midoriya for his rescue. They are now focusing on other examinees who deserve recognition. The exam has already come to an end, so they are reviewing the footage captured by the cameras and drones. That green kid is too reckless, Izawa mutters, clearly complaining about the fact, but heroic at the same time. I'll admit he's got potential. Nedzu agrees with him, his cup of tea warm in his paw. He turns towards the underground hero. I can sense you have a question, Izawa. Ask away. The dark-haired teacher pauses before settling into his usual deadpan again. I wonder why that boy didn't train his quirk enough to overcome the drawbacks. Izawa scowls. If he's too lazy to train his quirk properly, he will not fare well in my class. Nedzu is sure that if that was the case, the boy would get expelled on the very first day. He wonders if it would be best to let Izawa know one piece of information. After all, the man has ingenious ways to help a student. The boy will greatly benefit from some useful guidance. The principal must admit that All Might is still a rookie teacher. Obviously, it doesn't help that the man has never encountered a problem such as the one Midoriya currently has. Therefore, yes, Izawa will be a great help. After all, he gave the man some private lessons during his own time here as a student. Oh, you see, his quirk came in late according to the quirk registry. Just 2 months ago, to be precise. Izawa blinks before muttering something that suspiciously sounds like, oh God, not another problem child, with a defeated expression in his eyes. Nedzu can't help but grin a bit. Everybody working for UA knows that once Izawa dubs a student a problem child, he will hog said student to his class and help them the best he can. And yet, the man claims that he does not care for his students. Okay, that kid will need more training hours because he has 10 years worth of training to catch up. Of course, the principal replies. So he will be in your class? The brunette just gives the creature an unimpressed look, obviously, before continuing grading the other rescues. A small smile graces Nedzu's mouth. He can't wait to see what kind of hero Midoriya will become in the future. The best kind if he has any say. Oh, how refreshing it is to find a student worth investing in. Toshinori is proud and worried and relieved, and he should probably stop using too many ants. But well, considering that he is feeling too many things at once, the expression is accurate at least. The exam finished 3 hours ago, but as a staff member, he couldn't leave UA immediately. After sitting through the grading session for the physical exam, he is finally on the way to his place, but not in hero form since he has finished his shift and run out of time. The train is thankfully not crowded. Sometimes, finding a seat can be tough during rush hours. No one wants a skeleton of a man to sit beside them. Standing while tired is simply not good for him too. Toshinori switches his phone on, checking to see if young Izuku has sent him any messages. There is indeed one message from the boy. He opens the messaging app and immediately frowns after reading it. Small Might, I'm so sorry Toshinori, I messed up. It seems to be rushed and sounds so distraught. There is no way Toshinori will let Izuku suffer. Discretion and tiredness be demanded. Calling the other boy immediately, he glances at the next station's location and the time. The call isn't answered straight away, so he waits with bated breath as he worries that the boy may ignore his call. Finally, the boy picks up his phone. Young Izuku, are you okay? Toshinori doesn't wait for the boy to speak first. A small sniff can be heard from the other side as a soft voice says, I'm fine, Toshinori. The man will have to be as thick as a brick to believe this. Okay then, Izuku. Are you fine with meeting me at the Dagoba beach in around an hour? The boy seems to be pondering on his question before squeaking out a quiet, yes. Toshinori tells him to take care before ending the call. His successor is noticeably upset. Of course, the boy will be upset. For all he knows, he just failed the entrance exam to the school he wants to go to the most. Toshinori mentally berates himself for even thinking to pull a vanishing act on the boy until the results come out. The boy needs to be reassured. God, he sounds so guilty. The man lets out a sad sigh. 1 hour can't pass fast enough. He just hopes he can catch a train to the station near the beach. Thankfully, nothing goes wrong on his trip to the beach. After about 1 hour, Toshinori arrives at the beach to see a green-haired boy in an All Might hoodie, the sight of which he can't help but smile at. "My boy, sorry to make you wait," he calls out when he's near his successor. The younger of the two startles at the sound of his voice and slowly faces him, his green eyes firmly on the sand beneath their feet. "No, I didn't wait for too long," he mumbles. Toshinori's heart breaks for this anxious little green bean that is his successor. The boy isn't even meeting his eyes. How does he fix this? What should he say in this situation? He can't very well act like All Might and say it will be okay. The boy can be an excited fanboy, but he is closer to Toshinori than All Might. He is closer to his mentor than the symbol of peace. Putting a hand on the boy's left shoulder to avoid hurting the one he's broken earlier, he tells the boy to look into his eyes. "Something is clearly upsetting you, my boy. Do you want to talk about it?" Then the dam breaks. Tears and words come flowing out of young Izuku. He keeps his hand on the other's shoulder in a comforting manner as the boy recounted what has happened during the practical and how he messed up. "And even though I was happy that I actually got to save that girl, I still didn't get enough points. I know mere 19 points can do nothing," he hiccups, rubbing his eyes for the 10th time. "I was useless and worthless even though you gave me this power." Excuse him, who on earth said that his successor is useless and worthless? Before he can even think twice about it, Toshinori is already hugging Izuku. "Izuku, why would you think like that? You are not useless and you're worth so much to me." The boy sniffs. He continues, "You've come so far. Look at you now. You're kind and strong. You saved that girl and helped those 2 other students even though you are not supposed to. I'm already so proud of you, and I will never scold you for being heroic, although you will have to refrain from sacrificing yourself so blatantly again, young man. You are giving me gray hairs." Toshinori gives his hair a ruffle. A watery laugh slips out of the boy buried in his chest. He smiles along. 1 point to Toshinori. Pulling away so that he can look into Izuku's eyes, the man says, "And there are other hero schools too. You still have other chances. However, I have some news for you." The boy gives him a wide-eyed look. "I am going to teach at UA for the upcoming academic year as a heroics teacher." Izuku lets out a surprised noise, his teary green eyes widening more. "Really? Oh no, so if I don't get in dash." Toshinori holds up a hand to stop him. "My boy, let me finish first." His successor flushes, embarrassed that he unknowingly interrupted him. That boy worries a lot. Maybe he should treat the boy something as a celebration after having this talk. "Although I am not permitted to tell you this," Toshinori spreads his arms out. "You got in, my boy. Trust me." The boy starts tearing up again. How are his tear ducts? Still working after producing so much tear? It's just another thing about young Izuku that makes him unique in the man's eyes. But what comes after that is not something he expected. Izuku hugs him. Toshinori is certain that he's teary too now. The younger boy has never initiated physical contact by himself, ever. This is the first time he has hugged the man. His chest feels like it's bathing in the morning sun. He must have done something right. "I was so upset thinking I didn't get in," he exclaims into Toshinori's shirt. "There certainly is a big damp spot on it by now," Toshinori muses. The boy suddenly pulls away from him. "Wait. Does that mean you graded the students? Am I only getting in because you're a teacher?" He catches on to what Izuku is meaning to say immediately and quickly denies it. No, that's not it, my boy. I wasn't even allowed to give points to the examinees since this is my first time. So, you got in on your own account." "Oh." The boy gives him a sheepish smile, sorry for, implying that. "It's okay, my boy," Toshinori chuckles. "I was planning to surprise you by not telling you this, but you sounded so distressed." "Thank you, Toshinori. I swear I won't tell anyone that you are teaching at UA." The older man gives the boy a pat on the head. "You're welcome, my boy." After spending a few moments on the beach, just enjoying the other's presence, Toshinori starts the conversation again. "We really should come up with a better way to use one for all without breaking your bones, young Izuku. Do you have any idea how bad it is to watch your successor fall from such a high place? I was going to burst in there and save you." The man glances at Izuku and just like he thought, The boy is covering his embarrassment in that odd way he always does, his arms boxing his face with his chin tucked into the crook of one. I was scared too. I thought I'm going to die for sure. I'm sorry I worried you. Toshinori smiles slightly. It's okay as long as you are fine and in one piece. I'll try to contact my old teacher again. I have been postponing it for so long. If you met him before taking the exam, you probably wouldn't have broken your arm again. He is really regretting that now. Sure, Gran is terrifying, but he would have been able to help Izuku. For his successor's sake, he will become a better teacher. But for now, let's see if young Izuku knows an ice cream shop around this area. The boy definitely deserves it after such an emotionally and physically draining day. After such a close call, all 5 of the alters are really getting uneasy and stressed. Informing the others as to how the entrance exam went was not an easy task for Hikurai. The aftermath of it has been tense too. Even though he also deals with constant danger during his vigilante nights, this is a whole new kind of danger that they are in for. They have accepted the idea that Izuku wants to be a hero. They are aware of the danger that the career brings. Well, of course. However, it is kind of a different story when you almost died before you become an actual hero. If one dies, all of them die. Ori seems to be fine at the notion of dying for someone. They suspect that the boy's lack of concern about his own life is influencing his opinions here. After the whole "I can't release the spot" incident, Koshiro is still uncomfortable. It doesn't help the boy outright called Izuku dumb, saying there are other ways to free the girl. Izuku has apologized to all of them for endangering the body like that, of course. Although it was accepted, they still can't forgive him. Because almost dying is a big deal. Back when he was attacked by the slime villain, it was also a big deal too. Trust him, they freaked out about it after writing in the journal with Izuku. This time, it is not the same because this could have been prevented. There are other better ways that this could have turned out. Mizuki is dealing it by stress baking. There are a lot of cookies, cakes, buns, mochi, and so on in the kitchen of the mindscape. She can't bake in the outside world because they can't afford to make extra food. Ryu wrote a lengthy letter addressed to Izuku in the journal, berating him and trying to convince him to give up being a hero. You brat, you might have a death wish but we don't. If you die, we all die. Make sure to keep that in your mind. I'd say you should find a safer future plan. It has been the tamest part of what the alter wrote. Izuku has been reduced to tears after reading it. Hikurai might have had a few words with Ryu, but in the end he understands the other boy's ire. The oldest alter has been irritated and stressed after that incident, too. But of course, even though they don't like it, they can't very well fix what has already transpired. It doesn't mean the thought of almost dying isn't on Hikurai's mind though. Playing with some fire in his hands, he lets out a sigh, feet dangling in the air as he sits on the roof. To other people, it may seem like a simple act to fight off the boredom, but the fire in his hands serves as some sort of a stress ball. Hikurai should have prevented from happening it. He should have been in the front at least. Izuku must have been so terrified that he surrendered the spot. He grips the ball of flames in his palm harshly, the flames changing shape because of the pressure. The vigilante sighs again. He really should stop playing with this. Eraserhead will know something is wrong as soon as he sees Hikurai with this makeshift fidget toy. I haven't seen you doing that for a while, kid. What happened? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Canceling the flames, Blaze turns toward the newcomer with a practiced smile on his lips. It's nothing, old man. I just got bored and needed something to do. Oh, he knows that the man wouldn't buy the lie. But Eraser won't pressure him to talk about it if he doesn't want to. The older man has always respected his boundaries. One of the things Hikurai liked about him. The underground hero gives a non-committal noise. I ran out of the mango flavor. Nah, it's okay. Thanks, Eraser, Hikurai responds. So, how are the exams? Any interesting kids? Already planning on expelling your class again? He notices the man grimace slightly from the corner of his eyes. The vigilante internally winces. Perhaps he shouldn't have asked Eraser that. There is also that tension about denying the recommendation too. There is a student who can't control his own quirk this year. His quirk breaks his bones. That kid's going to be a problem child at this rate. Hikarai can barely school his expression to a neutral state. Of course, Izuku is going to be on Eraser's radar. He hopes the green-haired boy is not in the hero's homeroom class. Oh, sounds awful. Are you expelling that kid? He sweats. No. Believe it or not, his quirk manifested late. Hikarai releases the breath he's holding. It would break Izuku, no, all of them, to get expelled after such an eventful entrance exam. Suddenly he feels bad for all the kids Eraserhead has expelled. And also thank goodness Izuku got accepted somehow. The dark-haired man takes a swig from the can of instant coffee. They don't speak much when they meet. But silence is not uncomfortable, so Hikarai doesn't really mind it. You ever heard of the hero killer? Asks Eraserhead. The question almost takes the vigilante off guard. The hero killer, a villain named Stain, has been getting some public attention for around 3 months now. Thankfully, he hasn't visited Masudafu. Blaze doubts he can take on the villain alone in a dark alley. Although the man who guided him in his early vigilante years did emphasize stealth and hand-to-hand combat, Hikarai tends to rely a bit more on his quirk and the versatility of it. From what he has heard, Stain's quirk is theorized to be some kind of stealth-related or paralyzing quirk. He wonders if paralyzing quirks are that common. He has been thinking without answering Eraserhead for some time. Yeah, he's making splashes in the underground community. What are your thoughts about him? It is impressive that he can stand up against many heroes one-on-one. But his ideology of purging the hero society is admittedly problematic. There are actually people who agree with him. The hero pauses, glancing at him, before continuing. It doesn't help that he was a former vigilante, but no one knows that, of course. Hikarai admits he didn't see that coming. Vigilantes are indeed in the gray area, breaking the law with good intentions. It doesn't hard to imagine one taking a side completely. Some became licensed heroes while others decide on the darker paths. Hikarai is aware of that fact. Oh, what was his code name? The boy asks, curious. I don't think you know him. He disappeared some time after I met you. Eraserhead finished his coffee. He called himself Stendhal. What? Hikarai turns towards the other man. Pardon? The hero stares at the vigilante beside him. Stendhal. Do you know him? No, of course not. The boy clears his throat. Not personally, but I have heard of him before. Hikarai nods to himself. Yes, he has heard of him. Playing with fire, I see. Looking up, Hikarai sees Ryu taking a seat in his favorite armchair. He simply gives the younger boy a slight upward quirk to his lips. Aren't we all? Ryu deadpants. I meant that literally, you lexophile, but... And you're supposed to hate fire, not like it. A chuckle escapes his mouth. Currently, he's couching in front of the fireplace, playing with fire as Ryu put it. If so, then you are supposed to be a dragon. Yet here we are, Ryu, Hikarai retorts. Not all names dedicate what we're supposed to be. The other boy simply puts his ankle on the knee of his opposite leg, exposing his black socks. Some do though, he mutters. Hikarai moves away from the fireplace to the sofa but takes a ball of fire with him. Ryu's eyes follow it before looking away towards the fireplace. Sighing, he says, Look, if it is about that letter I wrote, I already admitted that I should respect the brat's choice. The older of the two stares at the boy near the fireplace. Oh no, I'm not Dash, he discontinues. You mean this? It's fine. I just got some things on my mind. Vigilante stuff or about that shitty exam? He just shrugs. Both, I suppose. We're all stressed, Ryu murmurs, playing with his ear piercings. I actually plan to visit the old man's lab in the hideout next time I have the spot. Got an order to finish for some college student. I have some ideas to experiment on too. Hikarai hums. I know Hisashi set up his hideout in a crowded area, but please take care. And don't accept shady deals. I don't want you unknowingly helping out villains. What am I? A 14-year-old brat. Ryu snorts. You know I remind everyone to take care, the older boy smiles. Ryu is a bit rough around the edges, but he also cares about them in his own way. If he didn't care, he wouldn't build that voice changer and he wouldn't help save up some money. He just likes to pretend he doesn't, Hikarai thinks. And he uses some strong words, however much Mizuki tried to prevent that back when they were younger. Ryu smirks at him. I thought Mizuki is the mother hen of the group, to which Hikurai responds with a raised brow. Huh, very funny. Hikurai internally debates if he should ask Ryu's help. What he wants might be in their father's storage. There is no harm in asking, he supposes. It is not like he can very well buy the material in question. Ryu, the older boy, starts. Do you think you have some slash-resistant material in the storage of the hideout? Ryu blinks. I think there are some. But you looking for a costume upgrade? Yes. I have a feeling that said material will be needed for something I have in mind. Of course, it will be great to upgrade my costume though. But at the moment, I'm just looking for something that will protect me against knives. The younger boy hums. You doing some dangerous shit? One can put it like that, I suppose. Hikurai inclines his head. If you have enough to make the whole costume resistant to knives, please do so. Alright, I'll just take it with me when I go to the lab. The oldest alter gives Ryu a small smile. Thank you, which he gets an eye roll in return. He extinguishes the fire he's been playing with before running a hand through his hair. I think I will go see if Koshiro is in the garden. He's not in his room, so that's where I'll check. See you later, Ryu. Hikurai makes his way to the backyard. Discussing the plan for what he's going to do with Koshiro will be beneficial. After all, two heads are better than one. Between the two of us, gathering more information and cooking up strategies should be easier. Goodness knows that he needs a solid plan to escape without dying if Stain ever decides to go for his blood. Although he hopes the hero killer will be willing to listen to an old friend. Hikurai wonders why Izuku is staring at the fish on the plate for quite some time now. Izuku? Are you okay? Asks the concerned alter. He swears the boy should do something about spacing out. But well, the date when the UA results come out is approaching, so he understands. Yeah, I'm fine, Hiki. Why ask? You stopped eating and instead have been staring at the fish. Does that fish look really good? Hikurai teases before continuing, is this about UA? Izuku sighs out an affirmative before finishing the meal. The green-haired boy is still nervous when it is the actual day the results come out despite Toshinori's reassurance. There is no way he got in with just only 19 points unless the teachers felt bad about his near-death experience and let him in. Therefore, he can't wait to know how on earth he got in. Izuku lets out a faint sigh as he exercises with the hand grip strengthener. After finishing the designated exercise, he switches to lifting some arm weights. Toshinori says training his body to be stronger will help in raising the percent of full cowl. Koshiro has seconded that. The quirk enthusiast also suggested turning on full cowl longer than he often does so that his body gets more used to the state. Also, speaking of Toshinori, Izuku still can't believe he broke down and sent that message after the exam. It is embarrassing. He blames it on the dissociation and how he feels afterward. Though, Hikurai remarked that it is good for him to have someone to turn to when he's upset. And then he teased Izuku. It's not Izuku's fault that it feels warm when Toshinori gives him a compliment or when the man shows that he is in Izuku's corner. It is almost like having a father who cares about him. A noise at the door takes his attention. He puts down the weights and goes to see what happened. Oh, it's just a letter from UA. It is a letter from UA. Izuku snatches it up immediately. He ponders on tearing the letter right there and then. There is no one in the front, at least not to his knowledge. He thinks he wants some privacy. So, sitting down on the spot, which is near the door, Izuku shakily tears the letter open. A bulky device comes out and falls onto his lap. Just as he picks it up, the device turns on, making Izuku fumble with it. I am here as a projection. Toshinori in his buffed form announces. I will be teaching at UA in the coming academic year, as you know, my boy. Izuku nods along. Now let me explain your situation. You passed the written portion with some outstanding answers. However, getting only 19 points in the practical exam naturally results in failure. The hologram All Might stops dramatically. Izuku bites down on his lower lip, worried that somehow Toshinori got it wrong when he said Izuku got in. But there is more to the story, my boy. Now let's watch this. A scene appears and it shows that brown-haired girl he saved requesting to transfer her own points to him because she heard him mutter that he only got 19 points. Izuku watches it with wide eyes and bated breath. See, young Izuku? You moved others with your actions. But when present Mike denies her, saying there would be no need for that, Izuku is surprised. If not, then how did he? There is more to the exam than the villain points. How can a hero course reject an applicant who does the right thing and saves others? Tashinori loudly declares. A hero puts his life on the line and his money where his mouth is. Therefore, UA evaluates students with another way called rescue points. Izuku lets out a surprised, as he as well as Koshiro didn't know that. If the other boy knew, he would have told Izuku beforehand. A list of words appears across the projection. Midoriya Izuku. Minus 19 points from robots. Minus 7 from the first rescue. Minus 8 from the second, and minus 50 from the last. Young Uraraka also got 40 points for her rescue. Therefore, my boy, Tashinori gives him a smile. Izuku notes that it is almost as soft as the one when his mentor is in the smaller form. You got in with a total of 84 points, making you the winner of the first place in the entrance exam. Tears trail down his cheeks. So, this is how he got in. Risking his life to save that nice girl definitely paid off. Izuku wonders what will his companions think when they know this fact. And wait, did Tashinori say the first place? The freckled boy chokes, eyes wide. The first place? The projection continues. So, come now, my boy. This is your hero academia. He sobs harder at the last line. He did it. He got into UA. Clinching the device to his chest, Izuku looks down as his stomach does somersaults. He distantly registers a voice, probably Hikurai, asking worriedly as to why he's crying. The altar must have missed the projection. He just gestures towards the letter and cries some more. It is hard to stop his tears once he cries. After a while, he calms down. The green-haired boy hopes it has been only a while. So, you got the UA letter? How did you get in? Hikurai softly inquires. Oh, I've called others to the common room too, but I think none of them can view the window. I made it in, Izuku hiccups, only because apparently there is a thing called rescue points. I got 50 points for the whole, almost falling to my death, ordeal and 15 for saving 2 other people. In the common room, Hikurai smiles and proudly relays that to others. Ryu huffs while Koshiro's mouth falls open. The latter of the two seems like he doesn't know how to react. Hikurai suspects it is because he wishes Izuku had chosen a different method to save the girl, but now, UA rewarded Izuku based on that daring rescue. Owari is smiling slightly and says softly, "That's good for Izuku." Mizuki is excitedly counting how many points Izuku has got in total. The girl looks relieved that Izuku got accepted. Congratulations for getting into UA, Izuku. That's from all of us. Izuku beams and informs Hikurai that he will leave a message for all of them in their journal. Then he sends some messages to Tashinori. Small Might, I just got the letter from UA. Can't believe I placed first. Small Might, also, I can't wait for tomorrow's training since we are going somewhere different. See ya, Tashinori. Small Might, and thank you for training me. I'm gonna be a UA student now. Izuku smiles, switching his phone off, and then turns to scoop up the remains of the envelope from the floor. Oh, there are still 2 other letters. The first is a form for the design of his hero costume that is required to be submitted in 15 days. He will have to converse with Koshiro, and also Ryu, for this. Nodding to himself for coming up with the decision, Izuku picks up the final letter. And it is from Nedzu, the principal of UA, himself. Izuku knocks on the door with an easy smile on his face. He wonders why Tashinori gave him this specific address to meet him at. The man also said that there is someone he wanted to introduce Izuku to. Maybe it's Sir Night Eye, his former sidekick. After all, he has to improve his full cowl before the school starts. Some advice from another perspective will be great. The train ride to this prefecture has been quiet because there is no one in the front. Hikurai hasn't been in the common room as much as he usually is, since the entrance exam. Izuku supposes he might be busy with his vigilante work. Maybe, something big is happening. Hikarai has been in the front more than ever since he met Toshinori. The altar deserves a break. Moreover, it's not like Izuku can't function properly without the altar guiding his every move. But he really wishes Hikarai is in the front right now. An old man lying in his own blood is the first thing Izuku sees after opening the door. Taking a deep breath to keep his calm, Izuku quickly crosses the distance between them and crouches down. He dips his finger into the red liquid. Thank goodness it's not blood. I'm alive, the old man yells as he suddenly looks up. I just slipped while carrying a plate of ketchup-covered sausages. Now, who are you, boy? Izuku didn't know some people put that much ketchup on their sausages. Rubbing his neck, the boy just answers, I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir. Yagi-san gave me this address and told me to come meet him here. What? I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir. Izuku repeats, uncomfortable. I think I got the wrong address. I'm sorry, sir. I'll just gonna go now. Izuku backtracks towards and is in the middle of rechecking the address that Toshinori sent when the old man calls out, Toshinori. The boy blinks twice. What on earth is happening? So he got the address right? That would be my mentor, sir. I am his SUC student, Midoriya Izuku. Toshinori said to meet him here. The other smirks with a different aura than before. Izuku thinks what happened is some kind of test. Who knows why this strange man did that? Now that Izuku takes a proper look at the man, he is in some kind of hero costume. Suddenly, he is really grateful that he didn't do anything dumb. So, you're the 9th, huh? You can call me Gran Torino. Show me what you've got, kid. And that is how Toshinori finds them about 20 minutes later, sparring with both of their quirks on in the living room of what Izuku assumes to be Gran Torino's apartment. Izuku grits his teeth. The hero might be retired, but he is still capable, very much so. The boy has landed a punch on him only once. He tries to predict where the other will land, but to no avail. A grunt escapes his lips as he takes a hook to his cheek. Gran Torino? Young Izuku. Toshinori calls out, stopping the two who are fighting. Sorry for being late. I had to solve a bank robbing with a hostage situation. The green boy is visibly panting. Even though he has gotten more training since the entrance exam, he can only use 5%. If he is this out of breath after only 20 minutes of 5% full cowl, attending the hero course will be a disaster. Granted, other students have had their quirks for 10 years. Izuku will have 10 years to catch up to. But it just means he has to give his all to mastering one for all. Gran Torino lands in front of Toshinori, squinting at the taller man before wrecking him with his cane that appeared out of nowhere. UZT, always pushing your limits. At least, inform me if you are going to be late. The green-haired boy doesn't know whether he should defend his mentor or chuckle at the oddness of seeing the number 1 hero being beaten by a tiny man. Toshinori bows, I apologize, sir. It is indeed weird to think Toshinori also had someone he's scared of. This just really supports Izuku's theory that Gran Torino is his mentor's teacher. Was the retired pro a one-for-all user too? Perhaps Toshinori's predecessor? Now, properly introduce me to your successor. Oh, of course. This is Midoriya Izuku, the one I chose to entrust one for all to. Young Izuku, this is Gran Torino. He was my teacher during my times at UA, the blonde man anxiously complies. The fact that Izuku has never greeted Gran Torino properly hits the young boy. Nice to meet you, Gran Torino, sir. So you can't use one for all to the fullest, huh? How much of it was that when we sparred? Gran Torino sits down on an old sofa. Toshinori, with no permission expressed, remains standing. Therefore, Izuku copies his mentor. 5%, sir. The oldest of the 3 hums, that's less than I thought. Makes sense because All Might's power must have been added too. Then he smirks, looking at Izuku directly in his eyes. Brutal training is what awaits you, boy. I heard you only got 19 points with only 5% in the entrance exam. That's not enough. His words spur a different kind of fire in Izuku's chest for some reason. They are almost like a challenge. Yes, sir. Oh, and I heard about the broken arms. Tough luck, kid. Izuku nods, internally grimacing. Then the retired hero says, What are you two waiting for? Take a seat. I don't want to look up to you and give myself a stiff neck. This is going to be a long talk. And true to Gran Torino's words, it is a long talk. After making arrangements for all of them to meet up at a private gym and train, the 2-1 for all users take their leave. An audible sigh comes out of Toshinori as the door closes behind them. Izuku can see why the older man seems to be scared of Gran Torino. The retired pro surely is the type to strike some amount of fear into the people he wants to intimidate. Izuku thinks he dodged something with how he has handled the old man playing dumb. As soon as a new gym is arranged, Toshinori informs Izuku. It is not that far from the apartment. Then the training with Gran starts. True to his words, it is brutal and hard. The young boy finds himself eating the sparring mat more than he can count, whether he is fighting with Toshinori or Gran. But now, he has improved, or at least he supposes. He really hopes so because UA starts tomorrow. Both Gran and Toshiro also encourage him to build his body more. The reason why he can't handle more of one for all is partly the low tolerance of his physique. Toshinori has said that Izuku has left a good impression on Gran Torino. The green-haired boy agrees because when he fights particularly well and shows good thinking during their spars, the old hero actually gives subtle compliments. During his training, Toshinori also says phrases like, "Well done," and "Nice one, my boy," making Izuku flustered. The mentor's habit of doling out physical affection also doesn't bother him anymore. Izuku has received enough from Toshinori that he associates those gestures with warmth and kindness. Being a quirkless kid, no one acknowledges his achievements even though he sometimes takes the first place instead of Kaken, who is always praised for being an outstanding student. He doesn't get full marks or anything like that, but still, his grades are not bad. And now here he is, praised for smaller things by Toshinori. Just how fast can one's fate change anyway? Izuku thinks as he lies in his bed, with his late-night musings. Hikirai isn't going to out tonight, so Izuku has the spot. Guess who decided to use it wisely, in other words, thinking instead of sleeping. He's even sitting up with his back against the wall, hugging his pillow. After almost 2 months of training, the 3 of them decided to test Izuku's limit and found that his percentage has increased to 8%, whereas he can use a 15% smash once without injuring himself if he concentrates. Koshiro has remarked that he has some more moves in mind for utilizing the quirk. But Izuku wants to see how much he can improve by himself even when at UA. Speaking of UA, Izuku really hopes all 6 of them fare well while attending UA. The freckled boy knows that he will be occupying the spot more than his middle school days. He actually feels bad for it and is grateful that they chose to support him on his journey to become a hero. Moreover, Izuku still can't believe Koshiro has got Nedzu's attention. His answer to that last question must have impressed the principal. Oh, Izuku also knows how his companion got the information about robots. By hacking into UA's own server of all things. But Koshiro sounds happy that he gets an offer to learn personally from Nedzu himself, or in the principal's words, have tea together with Nedzu himself. The younger boy just hopes that the alter can claim the spot when needed to. He doesn't know a thing about hacking or programming. Although he can analyze a quirk to some extent, Nedzu will definitely notice the difference between Izuku's observation and Koshiro's. Hence, they will just have to be extra careful not to accidentally reveal their condition to the creature. Izuku doesn't want to know what will happen to them if Nedzu knows. Izuku may lose his spot in the hero course and gain one in a psychiatric ward. Toshinori will probably take one for all back too. He will be disappointed in Izuku too, won't he? At the thought of his mentor, the boy sighs, uncomfortable and as guilty as a criminal. The young boy knows withholding this piece of information from the man is not fair. To be honest, Toshinori deserves to know about their condition. He really does. But Izuku is just too selfish and worried to inform the man. After all, who in their right mind would entrust a great power to someone who is as fractured as he is? He does not want to give up this opportunity after it has been offered to him. After getting one for all, it feels like a part of him has been fulfilled. Izuku refused to give it up. So, he will tell Toshinori when the time comes, when he is sure that the man won't demand the quirk back. How positively villainous. Of course not. It is not like he stole one for all or took it forcibly. Toshinori is the one who gave this power to him willingly. He chose Izuku because he knew the boy desires to save people. The hero even said he deserved the quirk. Therefore, he should really stop thinking about this. A part of his mind wonders why the clock from the other room is getting louder and louder. It is unnerving the freckled boy a bit. In the silence of the night, the ticking is almost unbearable. Just like the fact that, deep down, he knows that he doesn't deserve one for all the things he is hiding from his mentor. For hiding what he really is from the man. Izuku's breathing picks up. He unknowingly starts worrying his lower lip. A phantom itch crawls underneath his skin. He knows. He really knows that a quirkless boy like him doesn't deserve this power, this legacy. He wouldn't have been able to get into the hero course without a quirk. There is a reason why he is called Deku after all. Will Toshinori also call him useless when he realizes that Izuku has been lying to him? That thought takes his breath away. A bead of sweat trickled down from his temple. Izuku gasps before putting the pillow down and getting up from the bed. A glass of water and he will go back to sleep. No more thinking. He can tell this is going to where it's not supposed to. Hikurai always points out things like this and warns him before anything can happen. But no one is in the front right now. The green-haired boy is all alone. The water is cool but he still feels hot. The tips of his fingers and toes are getting colder. It seems getting a drink can't help him. Nothing can help him. Izuku knows, stop reminding him. Nothing can help them. His world tilts. Distantly he can hear the water dripping from the tap, drop by drop by drop. And the clock ticks. Once, twice, thrice. Continuously. Zu-chan. Why are you sitting on the kitchen floor? Zu-chan. Izuku can only hear the water drops, the clock, and his own heart. The heart that is currently trying to jump out of his chest so hard that it hurts. Also, why can't he breathe by the way? Izuku, it's okay. I'm here. Focus on me. Breathe with me. Is that Mizuki? Out again. The altar repeats the breathing pattern a few more times. Izuku is relieved even though a massive headache is absolutely rampaging in his head. He feels the cold kitchen floor beneath him. He has done it again, hasn't he? Panicking without a reason is not what a hero hopeful does. Give me 5 things you can see. Izuku whispers, the floor, the cabinet, the glass I used, my hands, and the tap. Although he is in the dark, he could see the outline of those things. After finishing the first part of the grounding technique, Mizuki asks him for 4 things he can touch, 3 things he can hear, 2 things he can smell, and 1 thing he's feeling. Izuku finds himself complying without resistance as he knows it helps from personal experience. The girl also has experience in dealing with panic attacks too. She takes care of all of them, even Hikurai. It is Mizuki who can comfort Owari the best when he gets into a hard place. Seriously, he has not had a panic attack since he met Toshinori. Why have one now? Sometimes he really hates his overthinking. How long has it been? Mizuki answered, worry apparent in her voice, about 10 minutes after I got into the common room. Is this about you, Shin? Izuku nods before remembering that it is best to give verbal responses. He ponders if he should spare her the details. But in the end, he decides that talking to one of his alters feels good, especially if it is about this kind of business. It also concerns them in a way. They can share the worry together. What if they discover us, Ki-chan? I'm worried that I'll be the one who reveals us, the older boy responds quietly. Also, there is Toshinori. He hears Mizuki sighs. Oh, Izuku. I believe it will be fine. After all, we've been doing this for about 5 years. No one has noticed us, have they? As for Yai-san, the girl pauses, I'm sure he will understand. It is obvious that he cares about you, dear. Izuku blushes and is also a bit embarrassed that a girl who's younger than him is comforting him. But it is fine because it's Mizuki, he guesses. They go way back. Thank you for getting me out of it. He can tell that the alter is smiling. The girl utters, you're welcome, before her presence vanishes from the front of his mind. Izuku breathes in deeply again, finally getting up from the floor and making his way into the bedroom. There are worse outcomes than the ones he panicked about. Heck, they may even be studied or experimented as cases like them are really rare in Japan. They are playing a dangerous game here. Therefore, yes, they will have to be more careful. Izuku hopes fate decides to be on his side and not haul this skeleton of theirs from their closet. Then again, all of them know fate is a cruel mistress, maybe the rest of them more than Izuku himself. He swallows a sleeping pill and checks his alarm. He needs energy for the next day. After all, it is the first day of the hero course of UA. Trying to get into a comfortable position, he closes his eyes. He really hopes it goes well. Izuku doesn't really know if this is going well or not. Hikarai lets out an audible sigh as both of them observe Eraserhead. Eraserhead, of all people, shrugs off the sleeping bag and introduces himself as Izuku's homeroom teacher. The underground hero won't realize that Hikarai, and Izuku by extension, is Blaze that easily, will he? After all, the older boy wears contacts and keeps his hood and mask up whenever on patrol. Not to mention that their quirk are not similar at all. That would be the biggest evidence against Izuku being Blaze. Well, technically he is not, Hikarai is. Izuku, get up. Others are leaving the class. Hikarai warns the boy in the spot before stating that Izuku really needs to improve his special awareness. The green-haired boy follows his classmates to the changing room as the alter who thankfully paid attention to Eraserhead's instructions explains them to Izuku. Wearing the UA gym uniform makes him feel a bit giddy. How much did he dream to wear this? Then the teacher announces the quirk assessment test. Izuku can't help but worry. He can only use 8% of one for all safely. Meanwhile, in the common room, Hikarai drinks from the water glass as he knew about the test beforehand from Eraserhead's grumbling about his students. The alter has decided to refrain from informing Izuku. The boy will only worry himself to anxiety if he knew that Eraserhead expels any student whom he deems unworthy. Considering the fact that the underground hero seems to think Izuku has potential, that will not be an issue here. Izuku will be fine. Hopefully. Die. Izuku admires his childhood friend as the blonde launches the ball with all his strength. Hikarai thinks he should tone down the screaming though. Can't the boy see that screaming is wasting his energy? Not to mention he is being rather violent considering the particular word he screamed out. Oh, Hikarai saw the look that he shot in Izuku's direction before throwing the ball. He does not like the fact that they are in the same class at all. He can smell trouble brewing in the corner. Let's just hope that Katsuki does not trigger Owari on the first day of school. Izuku bites his bottom lip in worry as Eraserhead states the kinds of tests they will be doing. He did not know that these events were coming. Wow, that's awesome. It'll be fun. Hikarai mutters, oh no. This is not what you'd say to Eraser. Izuku internally agrees as the underground hero starts emitting this ridiculous aura that set off his danger senses. Awesome, you say? You all are training to become a hero after 3 years here and you think it will be all rainbows and cupcakes. Some of the students are outright shivering at the man's words. Half-lidded onyx eyes stare at them. All right, the one who places last in the test will be judged hopeless and expelled. A sardonic and terrifying grin spreads on his haggard-looking face. What the hell? This is bad. For once, Hikarai doesn't say anything about Izuku swearing. Don't get him wrong, Izuku is really thankful that he raised the percent of full cowl. But even with the increase in power, he still is not doing well in this test. Of course, his scores are more than average with the help of 8% full cowl. It's just he doesn't do well in anything particular. There is also the fact his time limit is around 3 hours. Izuku doesn't think his score for the gripping test will be sufficient even though he has used his only chance with 15%. Everyone has a test that they excelled at, except maybe the invisible girl. If Izuku has calculated right, he is near the middle of the list currently. There are only 4 tests remaining. He wanted to make Toshinori proud by placing in the top 10 at least with how much of one for all he was capable of. Your turn, Midoriya. At the teacher's announcement, the freckled boy steps into the circle, weighing the pros and cons of using one for all at its full percent. Koshiro, who is in the common room to see all the amazing quirks of the hero class 1A, points out, Izuku, if you are going to use its full power, this test is the best for that as it measures the force and the strength produced. But you should not intentionally break your arm. It can't good for the body, says Hikarai. Izuku stares at the ball in his hands. He refuses to get expelled on the first day or any other day. That means he will have to use it even though it'll break his arms. He hopes Recovery Girl and Hikurai won't get mad at him so much. Bracing himself, he throws the ball with all his might, only to gawk blankly as it falls not too far from him. The green-haired boy registers one of the alters muttering, "Why would Eraserhead erase his quirk?" Startled green eyes land on the figure of his homeroom teacher who is walking towards him, gaping. Izuku questions, "Sir? Why would you?" Aizawa-sensei stares at him as if he is surprised that Izuku knew his quirk before stopping in front of the student. "You are going to break your arm again." The underground hero glares at him. "Clearly, you don't have complete control of your own quirk. You might be using a fraction of it at the moment." The capture weapon wraps around Izuku and yanks him towards Aizawa. The young boy freezes, unable to form a single word to defend himself. Is Yue going to be like his old school? Aizawa narrows his eyes at Izuku, his quirk still active. "But there will be times when you can't save people with only that. You will just become an inconvenience to your allies should you lose control of your power. It is more rational to not be a hero if that will be the case." Izuku opens his mouth to deny it and say that he can improve, but the man beats him to it. "That might become the reason why I judge you, Midoriya Izuku, as lacking potential." And the reason why Izuku might get expelled are the unsaid words that Izuku understood. Meanwhile, in the common room, Koshiro turns to face the older alter with a bewildered expression. "This is not going well, Hikurai. You said that Eraserhead thinks he has potential." The dark-haired boy nods. "He does. Then why is he acting like this?" "Izuku's going to get anxious." Koshiro frowns. The other boy's face is impassive as he says, "I am not sure why, but I think Izuku will be fine." Hikurai looks back at the viewing window before insisting in a calm voice, "I suggest you don't try to offer him a solution easily. It's his own battle to fight. So, why don't you sit back and watch how Izuku will solve this on his own?" The teacher deactivates his quirk, sighing, "I have returned your quirk to you. Give it a shot and get this over with." Izuku strides back into the circle, thinking up a way to use his full power without breaking his arms. Strangely, his companions don't say anything. A part of him wonders if he has blocked them out again. He has to figure out a way to use more power but not injure himself. Increasing his power is not an option to him yet. So there is only one way left. After all, it is only rational, yes, he intentionally chose that word, to decrease the extent of his injuries if he can increase his power output, isn't it? The boy grits his teeth. He thinks he knows a way to do just that. His mouth thins into a line in concentration before he gets into position. Izuku throws the ball with 100% one for all. The device in Aizawa-sensei's hand beeps, 713.5 meters. The green-haired boy meets his teacher's eyes, determination shining in his own before showing the man his clenched hand. "I am still standing, Aizawa-sensei. I am not an inconvenience." To which the man responds with a grin. "The hell, you stupid Deku? Explain yourself." Izuku whips around to see Kaken dashing towards him, palms popping with explosions. Realization hits him. Of course, his childhood friend would react strongly when Quirkless Deku has a quirk suddenly. Strongly is not exactly how he reacted. That brat almost summoned Owari to the common room. At Hikurai's words, Izuku pales. Izuku thinks Kaken is the second least favorite person of Hikurai. The first is their father, though Izuku doesn't know the full reason why the alter hates the man. Then again, he hasn't noticed Hikurai talking negatively about anyone other than those two. Sure, their father tended to use physical discipline and Kaken is explosive and volatile. Izuku supposes the alter has his own reasons. Owari and Koshiro appear to be aware of some reasons why Hikurai dislikes the blonde though, at least from what Izuku gathered. Maybe it is because the explosive boy tends to trigger Owari sometimes. But his other classmates do that more than Kaken. Izuku also suspects his other classmates' actions have been more severe than Kaken's. Thankfully, the homeroom teacher stops him from attacking Izuku. "Why did you run towards Midoriya? And stop using your quirk already. I've got dry eye." The blonde just grunts before relenting. Though, Izuku can still feel his gaze burning holes into his head which the boy uncomfortably tries to ignore. It'll be best if he figures out a way to lie to Kaken. We are lucky Owari just peeked into the common room instead of fronting in front of the whole class. Izuku agrees. The altar can't use one for all. In fact, they have tested. None of them can. Koshiro thinks it is because Toshinori gave the quirk to Izuku and Izuku only. Now, with the brat under control, congrats for the ball throw, Izuku. You did well. The comforting voice of Hikurai returns. Also, UA will be nothing like your old school. I will make sure of it, so will Eraser. He even stopped Katsuki. The green-haired boy wants to believe that, but he has a question. Would Eraserhead have stopped Kaken if he was quirkless? Would the underground hero have stopped Kaken or any of his classmates if they called him useless Deku? He would never know. Sadly, he doesn't have time to ponder on it as the test goes on. Hikurai knows the hero better than Izuku, so he will have to take the altar's words. Izuku can say he performs well in endurance running. After all, Toshinori made him run around the part with a stack of concrete on his shoulder during training. What Aizawa asks them to do is easier when compared to that particular exercise, especially if he can also use full cowl albeit at a slightly lower percent. Although he still doesn't get into the top 3 in that exercise, he makes a respectable 5th. The girl who comes first has created a bicycle and the other 3 have been the boy with engines, another with an ice quirk, and Kaken, so that's understandable, Izuku supposes. Then, the quirk apprehension test comes to an end. Alright, time for the results. Izuku's heart leaps up to his throat. He is still unsure if Aizawa-sensei won't expel him even though he did achieve an impressive score on the ball throw. The teacher gave him a grin, so he hopes he will not. The boy drags his green eyes to the list of results and immediately spots the last person on it. Hagakure. A long sigh comes out of him. He finds his name in the 8th slot. On the back of his mind, he hears Koshiro is wondering about the point system of the test. Now, it is only a matter of whether or not Aizawa deems him as having potential. The invisible girl is trembling. She must be Hagakure. Izuku bites his lower lip in sympathy. Her quirk is so useful though. It is just that invisibility does not help in these physical tests. Koshiro mutters. To point out a fact, Eraserhead himself would not pass this test if he took it on the first day of his first year, considering that the rest is too quiet to hear. A faint throb behind his eyes makes itself known together with the pain from the broken finger he used to propel the ball at the last minute. Also, I was lying about the explosion. It was a rational deception to bring the best out of you. A Cheshire grin appears on the dark-haired man's face. No one is going home. The class collectively sighs. A girl with a ponytail states that she knew it all along and that it is not that difficult to figure it out. The atmosphere becomes lighter after that. The students go back to their classroom as the documents about the curriculum, the map of the school, and such are there. The green-haired boy is just grateful that he is not expelled for breaking his finger. But Izuku does not, since Aizawa-sensei has asked him to follow him to the infirmary to fix his broken finger. Recovery girl frowns when she sees Izuku, but she comments with resignation, "At least, it is not your whole arm, Sonny." The old lady has unknowingly healed his headache too. The lack of it is rather strange for the green-haired boy. The teacher and the student exit the nurse's office. Midoriya, before you go, I'd like to have a word with you in the office regarding your schedule, Shoyuta calls out. Before the boy heads back to the classroom. The next PRD is a free one. It always is after the quirk apprehension test. Shoyuta doesn't have a class to teach also. Therefore, this is the best time to talk with Midoriya. As they walk side by side to the teacher's office, Shoyuta can't help but notice that the boy is just as tall as Blaze. That's not really good for the vigilante as he is older than the first years. Why are children short and small these days? The lack of proper nutrition while growing up. The man vanishes the thought from the front of his mind. There are other causes such as genetics too. He doesn't need to worry about that problem child while dealing with another problem child. To be honest, Shoyuta only said those things during the ball throw to intimidate Midoriya and see what the kid does when confronted with the need for more power. He almost feels bad to use such a rational deception on the green-haired boy. But the boy didn't disappoint him, did he? The solution he used was admittedly impressive. The older man leads his student to the teacher's office. Only Cementos is there, organizing some documents on his desk. The others are probably teaching or elsewhere. Shoyuta gives his coworker a nod. He can see that the other man is wondering if Midoriya will be expelled. Considering that he takes the expelled students to Nedzu, the answer should be obvious. He gestures the boy to take a seat, himself sitting in an armchair, his armchair, across the sofa. Shoyuta takes out a piece of paper from his pocket, handing it to his student. This is your schedule. It will be different from others since you need extra training and quirk counseling. Not to mention the fact that Nedzu is apparently offered Midoriya to meet up once a week to have tea together after reading his answer to the analytical part of the written exam. Shoyuta wonders how the rat would react if he expelled the kid before they can have tea together. As if those who know the principal would believe it. The green-haired boy takes it. Quirk counseling? He asks. Shoyuta blinks tiredly. Is this kid being serious? Does he not know what quirk counseling is? Well, it is not that surprising considering that the boy has been quirkless most of his whole life. Shoyuta frowns internally as another thought registers in his mind. The fact that quirkless people are not treated very well. Looks like he will have to keep a closer eye on the problem child. Bakugo must have known him before UA as he called Midoriya quirkless. There is also that nickname he said to the green-haired boy. Shoyuta is not fond of its meaning. Yes, quirk counseling because your record says that you got your quirk only 2 months before the entrance exam, the man elaborates. Is there a reason why your quirk came in so late? Midoriya stares at him before averting his eyes. They say it's because my body can't handle its power. It only showed up after I trained my body. I think had it manifested. When I was younger, that power would have broken my younger self's body beyond repair. Shoyuta can understand the logic behind that. It is a likely reason. However, he has a feeling that there is more than the boy lets on. He hums before asking Midoriya to give him a rundown of his quirk so that he can come up with a proper plan to train the boy. The student complies. Apparently, he has increased the maximum power he can use without harming himself by training his body more after the exam, just like Shoyuta has suspected from his performance during the assessment test. Then, how much of your power are you able to handle currently? Midoriya fidgets with his hands. It's 8% approximately. I used 15% during the grip test, although I can only do it once. It's not enough, I know. The boy trails off with a sigh. Of course, it has to be a powerful quirk, at least a quirk that will be powerful if he can raise his limit. But I intend to raise my limit, sensei. At least, the kid has determination. And how many times have you broken your arms? The boy winces a little at the question. 3 times? The last time was during the exam. Problem child, that's what this one is. After Midoriya finishes his explanation, the underground hero informs him, I hope you don't mind staying after school for 3 days a week because I will be helping you with your quirk until I deem it no longer necessary. Shoyuta looks at the kid. Any questions? The student hesitates before asking, why are you helping me? The dark-haired man raises a brow. Midoriya rubs his neck. I mean, it's not that I'm ungrateful. I'm just a student who can't really control my quirk. Shoyuta internally sighs. I want what's best for my students. That's what a teacher does. The older man adds, also, breaking your arms is rather problematic. It is only rational that I help you before you damage your arm beyond repair. Is that all? The freckled boy nods and so, Shoyuta dismisses him. Instead of immediately exiting the teacher's office, Midoriya bows a little. Thank you for helping me, sensei. So, the boy has manners. Not that the hero needs that anyway. The only thank you he wants is the kid working hard. Namuri works in just after Midoriya leaves the office. She throws a teasing smirk at Shoyuta. Already found a problem child? The green bean doesn't look one though. Have you forgotten? That's the child who almost fell to his death destroying the 0-pointer. The tired man deadpants, and the one who got Nedzu's attention for his answer to the last question in the written portion. The R-rated heroine lets out a surprised noise. Really? He got bigger though. But still cute to be honest. Shoyuta just shakes his head at the woman. By now, he is used to her antics. One just develops tolerance to something they have been facing for more than a decade. He gets into his sleeping bag and tries to sneak a nap in before he has to teach.